What if the end of the world isn't just a prophecy, but a punchline, waiting for its perfect setup? Picture the Four Horsemen, not as ominous deliverers of doom, but as the universe's most dysfunctional comedy troupe, each one armed with an apocalyptic punchline. War, famine, pestilence, death, how's that for a nightmare gig? Yet, in this cosmic circus, their punchlines land with a brutality that shakes the very fabric of existence. With the click of a button, technology spirals out of control. Governments falter. Society crumbles. The horsemen don't need a grand entrance, they thrive in the chaos, grinning like gals at a meat market. What if the apocalypse is less a distant storm and more a daily grind, a grim spectacle that unfolds in the alleys of our own making? War rides a steel stallion, his armor polished to a sickening shine. Flames flicker in his eyes, and he laughs like a man who's just scored a jackpot at a blood-soaked casino. He knows the game, and the stakes are higher than ever. What if your neighbor's newfound obsession with self-defense isn't just paranoia? What if it's a prelude to the chaos he's been waiting to unleash? Famine stalks the streets, a specter in dirty rags, casually flicking through overpriced grocery store flyers like a deranged fashionista. What's trending now? Rationing. He lounges on a throne made of expired food, tossing crumbs to the desperate. His laughter pierces the air, an echo of your half-empty pantry. How far would you go to stop the gnawing in your gut? Pestilence, the unsung hero of every apocalypse, waltzes through the chaos, armed with viruses like a world-class DJ spinning records. He doesn't need to break a sweat, just a whisper of infection blooms in the air, and suddenly, everyone's turning into a twisted version of themselves. Who knew that a sneeze could be the ultimate calling card? And then there's death, the dark jester of this carnival of horrors, draped in shadows, armed with a scythe sharper than your worst fears. He's not here to take, he's here to collect. His smile glimmers as brightly as a star on its last night. But wait, what if death isn't the end? What if, instead, he's the beginning of a wild party you never asked to attend, where the drinks are toxic but the dance floors are eternal? Every heartbeat echoes the question, are the horsemen agents of destruction, or are they merely a reflection of our own choices? The stage is set, and as the curtain rises on this dark comedy of errors, one truth remains: humanity's punchline is tantalizingly close, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The only certainty? The show must go on. So, will you laugh, cry, or scream as the horsemen take their final bow? Or will you stand frozen, caught in the web of your own making, waiting for someone to pull the strings? The apocalypse isn't coming, it's already here, and you're part of the act. The moon hung like a pale eye in the sky, watching, waiting, as the townsfolk gathered, whispering secrets thick enough to choke on. The air sizzled with tension, like the moment just before a storm breaks, pregnant with unspoken fears. I stood there, in the shadow of a crumbling stone wall, heart pounding, breath shallow. I could feel the weight of generations pressing down on my shoulders, the spectral hands of those who had come before me clawing at the edges of my mind. "Why do you linger?" whispered Ilara, her voice slicing through the noise, trembling like a leaf in the wind. I turned to her, and the intensity in her deep-set eyes stole my breath. She was haunted, a flickering candle in a dark expanse, flickering between hope and despair. They had called her a witch for the wildness in her heart, for the way she danced with shadows and breathed life into dreams. She felt everything, every heartbeat of the earth, every pulse of the cosmos, and it left her raw, exposed. "I'm not ready," I admitted, my words barely a whisper. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, a cacophony of judgment and fear. They had come to witness a reckoning, their faces etched with the thrill of bloodlust. I was meant to be the voice of reason, the one holding the tapestry of history together, but I felt like a thread fraying at the seams. Ilara took my hand, her skin cool against the heat of panic rising within me. "You must." Her gaze bore into me, those dark eyes swirling with something ancient, a knowledge that transcended time. An understanding born of reading the texts that had whispered promises of power and truths long forgotten. The words we hold, the stories we tell, they shape us. They always have. And I remembered. I remembered the dusty tomes in the library, their pages brittle as autumn leaves. I had devoured the tales of gods and monsters, of civilizations rising and falling like the tide. Each word was a heartbeat, a breath of life, weaving connections across centuries, and yet here I stood, a mere mortal with doubts that gnawed like rats in the dark corners of my mind. History doesn't wait for the timid, Ilara urged, her grip tightening. The truths within those texts are screaming to be set free. In that moment, the wind howled like the wails of the damned, reminding me of the executioners of yore, their shadows lurking at the edges of memory. What if we were wrong? What if every interpretation was a step closer to doom? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, the echo of my heartbeat drumming against my ribs like a warning. But there was another, darker presence among us, a figure cloaked in robes as black as the night itself. I had seen him before, lurking in the edges of my dreams, a spectre of dread that whispered of the weight of ancient sins. You think words can save you? His voice, a chilling rasp that scraped against the soul, cut through the air. Words are chains. They bind you to the past, to failures that echo through time. I felt Ilara's hand slip from mine, her eyes widening in horror. You, she gasped, recognizing him. You twisted the meanings. You brought this upon us. There was a fire within her, a spark of defiance that ignited the air around us. But as quickly as it ignited, fear snuffed it out. Every interpretation has its price, he crooned, leaning closer until I could almost smell the decay of forgotten ages on his breath. You think the stories you tell are yours? You are but vessels, mere puppets dancing on strings of fate. A chill crept deeper, wrapping around my heart. I glanced at the crowd, faces illuminated by the waning moonlight, eyes glinting with a blend of curiosity and terror. They too were caught in this web of history, tangled in a past that refused to let them go. I remember, I said, my voice rising, the echo of desperation pushing against the walls of my fear. The texts, the Sumerians, the Greeks, the Romans, how they sought understanding in chaos, how they turned pain into stories that could transcend time. Their whispers grew quieter, but the air pulsed with anticipation. They wanted answers, an escape from their own shadows, but shadows were all I had to offer. Ilara stood at my side once more, emboldened. We hold the stories, she declared, and the fervor in her voice resonated with the crowd. We can rewrite our fate. But I felt the pull of darkness, a swirling void behind my ribs, clawing for escape. Could we truly alter the narrative, or were we simply repeating the mistakes of those who had come before? The weight of history bore down upon me, and I felt the urgency, the reckoning of choices made in the dark. Words cannot change what has been, he hissed, and I could almost see the shadows dance behind him, like ghosts waiting for a chance to reclaim their due. You are but echoes in an endless cycle. As the tension mounted, the air thick with unsaid truths, I found myself at a precipice, teetering between despair and hope. The confrontation loomed, the clash of ancient wisdom against the allure of darkness. I could feel the stirrings of something deeper within me, a longing to break free from the shackles of history, yet the fear of its repercussions gnawed at my resolve. In that crucial moment, I grasped Ilara's hand, and the electric connection surged between us, two souls intertwined, bound by the weight of destiny and choice. I could feel her heartbeat as if it were my own, a reminder that we were not alone in this fight. We will not be lost to the shadows, I said, my voice shaking but resolute. We will write our own story, even if it means facing the darkness head-on. The crowd stirred, a wave of energy passing through them, hope flickering like a candle in the wind. I could sense the ancient texts shifting, their meanings bending and reshaping, whispering new possibilities, urging us to rise. But still, the figure loomed, a shadow against the moonlight, embodying the fear of what lay ahead. You think you can escape? The cosmos laughs at your folly. I could feel the weight of time pressing upon us, the echoes of the past lingering in the air, but in that moment, something ignited. We stood on the brink, a united front against the tide of history, determined to claim our place, to redefine the narrative woven through the ages. The night held its breath, and in the silence, we knew this was only the beginning. A cycle waiting to be rewritten, a tale waiting to unfold. We would not shy away from the shadows, nor would we let the past dictate our future. In the darkness, we would become the light. And as the first echoes of dawn began to break through the horizon, we stepped forward, hearts pounding, bound for the confrontation that awaited, the emotions heavy with anticipation, fear, and an unquenchable desire to embrace the story we were meant to tell. The air crackled with tension, an electric shiver that crawled up my spine as the sun hung low, casting shadows that whispered of doom. I stood at the edge of a gathering storm, the kind that churns in the pit of your stomach, where hope and despair dance a macabre waltz. The streets of Ephesus, once vibrant with laughter, now felt hollow, echoing only the cries of the forsaken. The people, weary from persecution, huddled together, their faces etched with fear, longing for a savior who seemed to linger just beyond their reach. In the thrumming heart of the city, where the whispers of ancient gods once filled the air, John stood alone, a man of faith trapped in a world turned upside down. He was no hero, he was a simple fisherman turned prophet, burdened by visions that clawed at his sanity. I remember the first time it happened, he murmured to himself, his voice quaking like the ground beneath his feet. It felt like falling into a well, darkness swallowing me whole. The weight of his calling felt like a shroud, a heavy cloak that suffocated his spirit while igniting a wildfire of purpose within. His eyes flickered to the horizon, where the sun bled crimson, a harbinger of the chaos that awaited. He could sense it, the tension pooling, thick and heavy, as if the very cosmos held its breath. The Roman Empire loomed large, a giant with iron fists and a glinting sword, ready to crush anything that dared to challenge its dominion. John felt the gnawing fear of his community, their whispers of doubt merging with his own desperate prayers. They sought a fortress in his words, but all he could offer were visions trapped in a haze of uncertainty. And yet, there was hope. In the shadows of his heart stood a fierce woman named Lydia, her spirit unbroken by the storm. She had been a merchant, a woman of means, but now she bore the scars of loss, her family torn apart, her dreams plunged into a deep abyss. What good is a merchant in a world where currency means nothing? She often questioned, her voice laced with a bitter edge that cut through the silence. I traded my goods for the truth, but truth has become a ghost, slipping through my fingers. Together, they formed a fragile bond, one woven from the threads of despair and resilience. John's visions clashed violently with Lydia's pragmatism, but in those moments of friction, they found a strange, beautiful understanding. I remember the first time you spoke of the beast, she'd said, her eyes fierce and wild. You painted a picture that chilled my bones, yet I clung to your words like a lifeline. They stood on the precipice of belief, each grappling with their own doubts, their own fears, and yet, somehow, they were drawn together, two souls fighting the same battle in a war that seemed unwinnable. Every corner of Ephesus felt alive with whispers of the apocalypse, the air thick with the scent of smoke and desperation. The city trembled under the weight of prophecy, a canvas splashed with the colors of dread and hope. John closed his eyes, allowing the visions to wash over him like a tempest. He saw cities in flames, stars falling like burning embers, the sky darkening with the cries of the lost. I remember, he gasped, the faces of those who will perish. Each visage etched in his memory, a macabre gallery that haunted him relentlessly. But then, flickers of light broke through the darkness. He envisioned a new Eden, a place where tears would be wiped away, where pain and suffering would dissolve into nothingness. I must write it down, he thought, urgency coursing through his veins. He could feel the pulse of the universe urging him to share what he saw, to lace the grim tapestry of his visions with threads of hope, to weave a narrative that would resonate beyond the confines of time. The syncretism of his thoughts mirrored the world outside, symbolism swirling in chaotic patterns, a reflection of the Empire's thrall. He saw in the beasts and angels the duality of man, the struggle between light and shadow. Are we not all beasts? Lydia's voice echoed in his mind, a fierce challenge that ignited his soul. What if the true apocalypse lies within us, waiting to be unleashed? As the sun dipped below the horizon, John and Lydia stood together, one breath away from unraveling the truth. The weight of the past pressed against them, urging them to act. We cannot remain silent, he whispered, a fervent plea, his heart pounding with urgency. Our words could become the beacon in this storm. And in that moment, they made a pact, not woven from certainty, but from their raw, bleeding humanity, a commitment to face the darkness together. Behind them, the city writhed in anticipation, shadows flickering like ghosts of the past. The clock ticked inexorably toward a collision of fate, a time when the sky would crack open, a moment so visceral that it would rip through the fabric of their beings. Every heartbeat echoed with the promise of revelation, the world hanging in a delicate balance between despair and hope. And as the night enveloped them, the air thick with the promise of chaos, John clutched his quill like a sword, ready to carve his truth into the fabric of eternity. The Book of Revelation was not merely a prophecy, it was a testament to their struggle, a fierce declaration that even in the face of annihilation, the light of humanity could not be extinguished. I remember the urgency, the fire in our souls, a flame that flickered defiantly in the wind, refusing to be snuffed out. This was not the end, it was only the beginning, a calling to those brave enough to confront the darkness, to unearth the symbols hidden in the shadows. The stage was set, the actors poised for the climax, and as I stood there, caught in the swell of emotion, I knew our story was far from over. The echoes of our choices reverberated through time, blurring the lines between past and future, leaving a haunting melody that would linger long after the last word was penned. The air hangs heavy, thick like smoke swirling from a distant inferno, and the sound of 1,000 whispers fills the void, each voice a flicker of fear, a pulse of anxiety. I stand in the center of a crumbling city, the stones beneath my feet slick with rain and regret. Shadows dance on the walls, twisting into grotesque forms, faces of those lost, of hopes shattered. I feel their weight pressing down, suffocating yet somehow intoxicating. I am Jonah, swallowed by the chaos, lost in a world where time has no hold, where dreams bleed into nightmares. The tremors of the earth echo the beat of my heart, a frantic drum urging me to run, but there's nowhere to escape. As I look around, I see Miriam, her bright eyes dimmed by sorrow. She clutches a tattered scroll, the ink still fresh, the symbols like ancient runes that promise salvation but speak of doom. I remember how her laughter once filled these streets, a melody that chased away the shadows. Now, it's silence, a deafening roar of what was, and what could have been. Her hands shake as she points to the symbols, her voice trembling, a fragile thread in the tempest. Look, she whispers, the dragon rises, and the beasts emerge from the abyss. Each word is a knife, slicing through the remnants of hope. The imagery wraps around me like a serpent, constricting, squeezing tighter. I see it, figures cloaked in darkness, eyes aflame with the hunger of the void. They are here, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, hungry for despair. I remember the warnings, the prophesies that dripped from the lips of seers long gone, tales of plagues, of cities swallowed whole by the sea. The weight of their truths crashes over me, relentless and unforgiving. And then there's Caleb, ever the skeptic, standing with arms crossed, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He's a fortress of logic, yet I see the cracks, the way his mouth twitches as the shadows creep closer. It's just stories, he says, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. I know he feels it too, the pull of the unknown, the allure of the terrible. Symbols don't mean anything, he insists, but I can see him clutching at the edges of reality, desperate to hold on as it slips away. I want to scream at him, tell him that these symbols are alive, breathing, pulsing with the energy of 1,000 souls. They ignite a fire in my veins, a madness that pushes me toward the brink. The sky above us churns, a swirling mass of black and red, a tempest unleashed upon the world. The sun hides, a coward behind the clouds, and the moon casts a sickly glow, illuminating the faces of the innocents caught in the web of fate. I remember the stories of the Four Horsemen, figures of dread etched into the fabric of our existence. They come with a vengeance, with blades that slice through destinies, and I can feel their breath on my neck, a chilling caress that speaks of judgment. Miriam, caught in her own tempest, mutters the words of the scroll, her voice rising in intensity. The Lamb opens the seals, and the end is nigh. Each syllable reverberates through me, igniting a spark of realization, twisting into a flame of fear. What if she is right? What if the symbols are not just warnings but a map, a guide to our doom? The thought gnaws at the edges of my sanity, and I glance at Caleb, searching for reason in the chaos, but his spiraling too, caught in the undertow of his disbelief. The air crackles, the tension palpable as the ground trembles beneath us. Ghosts of the past swirl around, memories of laughter and love tainted by the bitterness of despair. I reach for Miriam's hand, our fingers intertwining like the threads of fate, binding us in this moment of uncertainty. We need to understand, I plead, desperation creeping into my voice. The symbols, they hold the key. But can symbols truly save us? I see it in Caleb's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the glimmer of fear. The imagery of the apocalypse surrounds us, a tapestry of despair woven with strands of hope, and I am left gasping for breath, caught between worlds. I remember the clock on the wall, its hands moving ever forward, relentless in their march, a reminder that time waits for no one. We are teetering on the edge, and I feel the pull of the abyss calling me home. Outside, the city lays in ruins, a graveyard of dreams, and the sky darkens further as the shadows grow longer. I see the specters of the past come alive, the martyrs, those who suffered for their beliefs, their cries echoing through the night. They are the unsung heroes, the voices of rebellion against the tyranny of despair. I clutch the scroll tighter, its weight grounding me even as my mind spirals. I see the vivid images flashing before me, the woman in the white robe, the dragon with 7 heads, the harlot cloaked in crimson, each a symbol etched in my mind, a reminder of the battles fought and lost. The world shifts, the air electric with the tension of impending doom, and I can't help but wonder if we are merely pawns in a game played by the divine. Are we meant to succumb to the weight of these symbols, to be crushed under the knowledge of our mortality? I feel a swell of anger rising within me, a fire igniting against the icy grip of fear. I want to fight, to scream against the heavens, to defy the narratives written by hands long gone. But the symbols, they loom large, haunting my every thought. The beast with its mark, the number that echoes through the annals of time, a reminder of our frailty. I remember the desperation it evokes, the choices we must make when faced with darkness. My heart races as I realize the truth. The imagery is not just a warning, it is a reflection of our own souls, each symbol a mirror we must confront. And I stand there, on the precipice of revelation, my heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of despair and hope. I see Miriam's face, etched with determination, and Caleb's brow furrowed in conflict. Together, we are caught in this moment, a triad of existence facing the storm. I feel the world around us quaking, each heartbeat a drumroll announcing the chaos that awaits. The symbols pulse in the darkness, alive, waiting for us to unravel their meaning, to confront the specters they represent. And as the shadows close in, I know this is just the beginning. The story weaves on, an endless thread that draws us deeper into the chasm of fear and hope. The city, the ruins, the symbols, the memories, they are all part of an intricate dance that holds us captive, bodies and souls bound to this moment where everything hangs in the balance. I remember the laughter, the whispers, the dreams, and I feel the weight of it all, an unending cycle spiraling toward the unknown, and I can't close my eyes. I won't. The night hung thick with dread, an inky blackness that swallowed everything whole. A distant howl, the kind that makes your skin prickle, cut through the silence. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, my fingers twitching nervously on the hilt of my dagger. I remember the first time I felt this way, huddled in a corner, listening to the wind scream like a banshee, promising death and despair. But this time, it wasn't just the wind, it was him, the White Horseman, a ghost from the stories told in hushed tones, the harbinger of conquest. He rode through the fog, a spectre on a spectral beast, hooves pounding the earth like the grim beat of a war drum. Around him, shadows twisted, dark and sinister, whispering secrets that clawed at my sanity. I could almost see the glimmer of his bow, taut and ready, an extension of his will, a bridge between him and the souls he sought to claim. And there was Aisling, her beauty dulled by fear, her eyes wide and glistening like dew on a spider's web. I remember the way she used to laugh, a sound that felt like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. But now, that laughter had been replaced by the trembling of her lips, the way she clutched her brother's arm, as if he could shield her from the darkness creeping in. Fear was an ancient enemy, and it had come for us all. "Do you think we'll survive this?" her brother, Thomas, whispered. His voice quaked with a desperation that turned my stomach. We stood together, 3 hearts pounding in sync, a trio against the tide of fate. I wanted to say something brave, something that would reassure them, but my throat felt tight with terror. Instead, I felt the weight of my own cowardice, a leaden anchor dragging me down. I remember the tales I managed to croak, the ones our fathers told by the fire. They always said the White Horseman was invincible. Each word felt like a tombstone, marking the graves of hope and courage. Aisling's grip tightened on Thomas, and I could see their breaths mingling, small clouds of warmth fighting against the cold that seeped into our bones. The ground trembled beneath us, the rhythm of the hoofbeats drawing closer, more menacing. It was an echo of the heart of the earth, a reminder that every life, every story, would one day be consumed. I could almost taste the fear, metallic and sharp, filling my mouth with bitterness. The night felt alive, an entity with a heartbeat of its own, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before us, their stories twisted into the fabric of time, echoes of dreams unfulfilled, ambitions shattered. Then, a flash, lightning illuminated the landscape, revealing the White Horseman in all his haunting glory. His eyes shone with an otherworldly light, piercing through the darkness like twin stars trapped in a black hole. I felt my chest tighten, the raw emotion of despair clawing at me, and I dared to imagine what it would be like to stand before him, to feel the weight of that bow, the pull of the string, the promise of conquest. And within that moment, I understood Aisling's fear. It was not just the terror of death, but the yearning for life, the desire to hold tightly to what little we had. I watched as she closed her eyes, whispering a prayer, a silent plea to whatever God still lingered above. It was a heartbreaking sight, the beauty of her vulnerability, and I felt the urge to protect her, even as my own fear threatened to consume me. "Together?" Thomas asked, his voice barely a breath. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. What did together mean in the face of the inevitable? Could we stand against the storm, or were we merely straws in the wind, destined to be swept away? The storm raged, and the White Horseman grew closer, the air thickening with an electric charge. I could feel the heat of our breaths mingling with the cold mist, the juxtaposition of life and death hanging in the balance. Aisling's eyes shone with unshed tears, and I felt an overwhelming urge to shield her from this nightmare, to tell her everything would be okay, even if I didn't believe it myself. But there was something else clawing at my heart, a darkness that whispered sweet lies, promising power and glory in exchange for surrender. I remembered the stories of those who had bent the knee, who had traded their souls for fleeting triumph. Was I willing to risk it all? The universe spun on, indifferent to our plight, and I felt myself teetering at the edge of something vast, something terrifying. The moment hung suspended in time, a heartbeat stretched into eternity. The White Horseman drew closer, his bow glinting with the promise of conquest, and I could feel the weight of his gaze upon us, a judgment, an invitation, a curse. "Run," I whispered, a desperate plea born of instinct, but fear is a heavy chain. Aisling didn't move, her body frozen in place, and Thomas's eyes reflected an inner battle, one that mirrored my own. We were standing on the precipice of annihilation, and yet, my heart raced with a wild hope. Perhaps we could rewrite the story, become something more than mere victims in this cosmic play. My pulse thundered, an anthem of defiance against the madness surrounding us, and as the White Horseman drew nearer, I felt the stirring of rebellion within me. "Together," I shouted, the word a battle cry, a spark igniting the darkness. Here we were, 3 souls against the tide of despair, ready to face the storm. In that moment, as the hooves thundered and the shadows closed in, I realized that even in the depths of fear, there lay a flicker of light, a desperate hope rooted in defiance. And so, we stood. Confronted by the White Horseman, the embodiment of conquest, we faced our fate, hearts intertwined and resolved to carve our own path through the darkness. The night was only beginning, and the echoes of our choices reverberated through the cosmos, weaving a tapestry of destiny still unfurling. The sky bruised over the battlefield, a sickly hue seeping into the ground as if the earth itself bled from wounds too old to heal. Each heartbeat resonated through the stillness, a drum heralding an unseen force. I stood there, weapon heavy in my hands, the weight of despair wrapping around my throat like a noose. I remember the bitter taste of smoke in my mouth, the acrid scent of blood mingling with the fading light as screams sliced through the air, sharp and piercing, echoing the chaos that lay just beyond the horizon. Tobias, a soldier with dreams etched deep beneath his skin, gripped his sword like a lover's hand, desperately hoping the blade would shield him from his own fears. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the cascade of memories swirling like ghosts in the dusk. His son, barely old enough to speak, flashed in his mind, a smile so bright it seemed to light the very abyss we stood on the edge of. What have we become? He whispered. The question hung in the air, a palpable thing, suffocating and raw. I could almost hear the ghosts of the fallen answer, their whispers tangled with the wind. They spoke of honor and glory, but the truth was a cold, hard stone in my gut. Glory was a lie, a tale spun to keep the living from the horror cloaked in blood. Across the field, silhouetted against the dying sun, was Mara. Her silhouette danced as if the very shadows conspired to protect her. She was a fierce warrior, driven by vengeance, the kind that carved itself into your bones. I could see her past in the way she moved, quick, jagged, like those last moments of clarity before the world tips into madness. She had lost too much, and each loss was a scar that fueled her unyielding pursuit of the Red Horseman, the harbinger of war who promised suffering in exchange for fleeting power. I remember the stories, the whispered legends from taverns where ale flowed like rivers, tales of a rider cloaked in blood, a creature who fed on the despair and anguish of humanity. This is a battle for our souls, she'd often said, her voice trembling yet fierce. But standing there, surrounded by the decay of civilization, I wondered if we were already too far gone. The clash of steel rang out like church bells heralding doom. On that forsaken ground, hope flickered like a candle in a tempest, but I saw it in Tobias's eyes, the spark was still there. He lunged forward, a lion defending its pride, his roar swallowed by the cacophony of war. The sound of metal on metal was a grim symphony, each strike a note played for the departed. I felt the tremor of his resolve, but behind every swing of his sword was the fear of failure, the weight of a world collapsing under the burden of hatred. "Stay close!" I shouted, my voice a hoarse whisper among the din. We were mere players in a play written by darkness, the script soaked in blood and tears. Yet every moment felt monumental, like we were carving our existence into the annals of time, even as the horizon burned red, signaling the arrival of the horseman himself. The earth trembled beneath us, and with it, the shadows grew long, stretching toward us like the hands of the damned. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed Mara, her face a mask of determination, but behind her fierce facade, I saw the flicker of something I couldn't quite place, fear, perhaps, or perhaps a longing for a life unshackled by the chains of vengeance. I remember the stories of old, how the sky once fell in shades of gold, how laughter echoed in streets filled with warmth. But now, laughter was the distant memory of a time drowned in the murky depths of sorrow. Every step we took was a reminder of the paradox of existence, how the shadows of our past clung tightly, whispering sweet nothings laced with bitterness. "Mara!" I called, my voice cracking like the bones of those who had come before us. I wanted to pull her back from the brink, to remind her of the light that still flickered, but she charged forward, a tempest of rage and grief. The horseman emerged then, his form grotesque, an amalgamation of nightmares woven into flesh, a spectral figure draped in crimson, eyes burning with the weight of countless souls. As he rode, the very air thickened with despair, and I could feel Tobias's heart race, a drumbeat of desperation and defiance. "Together!" I yelled, but my voice was drowned in the storm of chaos. We surged forward, a force of nature against the embodiment of destruction. In that moment, time twisted, what was real became a mere shadow of what could be. The clatter of hooves and the clash of armor faded into a relentless pulse, a rhythm of life and death intertwined. I saw Mara, fierce and unyielding, her blade a flicker of light in the consuming darkness. But despair clawed at my insides, a relentless beast gnawing away at our resolve. I reached for Tobias, and our eyes met in a silent promise, a pact forged in the fires of anguish. We charged, hearts pounding like war drums, fueled by a concoction of fear and hope, our humanity hanging by a thread. Each swing of the sword, each shout of defiance, was a heartbeat in the cacophony of war. I remember thinking, as the horseman loomed closer, that history was never written in victory but in the shadows we leave behind. And yet, there we were, plunging into the fray, defiant in the face of ruin. We fought, not against the horseman alone, but against the very essence of what it meant to be alive, lost in the dance of bloodshed, love, and longing. Every clash was a reminder of what we stood to lose and what we might gain, a terrifying juxtaposition in this theater of the damned. And as the night deepened, I wondered if survival was merely a prelude to suffering, or if there remained a flicker of light, a chance at redemption, in this cycle of war and bloodshed. The wailing of a child cuts through the heavy air like a knife, raw and unyielding. A mother's hands, trembling and worn, grasp the tiny frame as if it were a porcelain doll, fragile and on the edge of shattering. The sun hangs like a cruel joke in the sky, casting a bright light over a world that has turned dark, suffocating. In the distance, the skeletal remains of crops stretch out like desperate fingers clawing at the soil, begging for salvation that will never come. This is where I found myself, in the ruins of a once bustling town, now just a husk of survival. It was a place where laughter had been replaced by the heart-wrenching silence of hunger. I remember the taste of dust in my mouth, the bitter tang of despair. I remember the faces, hollow eyes, gaunt cheeks, the shadows of once smiling children now replaced by a haunting vacancy. They were all starving, and it felt like the earth itself was mocking us. I was a mere shadow among them, a witness to their suffering. My own stomach growled a protest, but it was the pain of the others that felt louder, more urgent. Then there was Clara. Oh, Clara! Her voice, once a melody that danced on the breeze, now barely escaped her cracked lips. There's nothing left, nothing. She was a fighter, though. I'd seen her pull the last remains of bread from the ashes of a fire, sharing it with others as if the crumbs were gold. But that fire, too, had dwindled. When I looked into her eyes, I saw the flicker of hope snuffed out, replaced by a fierce defiance that made my heart ache. She was my anchor and my storm. And then there was Michael. A man once filled with dreams of prosperity, now reduced to bartering whatever scraps of dignity he had left. His hands were calloused, not from labor but from grasping at the fraying threads of a life that was unraveling. "I can trade you this for a handful of grain," he said one day, holding up a rusted keychain like it was a treasure. "You remember, don't you? When we thought we'd have everything." His voice trembled, heavy with the weight of memories that felt as distant as the stars. I remember our conversations in the twilight, where we shared our fears, our dreams that had turned to ash. "What will happen when the sun fails to rise?" Clara whispered once, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips, as if trying to conjure laughter from thin air. But the truth settled like a stone in my stomach. The sun was there, but it felt like a distant star, too far to warm our bones. As the days stretched into an agonizing blur, time began to slip through our fingers like sand. I could almost hear the tick-tock of a clock that no longer existed. We were dying, yes, but the slow, creeping agony was worse than the end itself. We were witnesses to our own collapse, a gallery of despair where every face mirrored the shadows of our thoughts. One night, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling like a tempest of anguish. The wind howled through the empty streets, a banshee's cry that echoed our own desperation. Clara stood at the window, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of a single candle, and suddenly, she was more than just a person. She was a beacon of everything we had lost. "If we don't fight back," she said, "we will be forgotten." Her voice cut through the storm, fierce and unwavering. I could see the fire in her eyes, a spark that dared to challenge the void. But outside, the streets were transforming. Figures emerged from the shadows, gaunt and ghostly, driven mad by hunger. Their eyes teetered on the brink of madness, a reflection of the broken world around them. They whispered and chanted like lost souls, words tumbling from their lips like a curse. "The Black Horseman rides tonight," they murmured, and I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, creeping like the cold breaths of death. The Black Horseman, a spectre of famine, danced among us, his presence palpable. He didn't ride a horse, he rode the very air we breathed, the food we lacked, the hope we clung to. As the figures swayed, I couldn't tell if they were alive or just echoes of our fears, shadows of what we could become if despair reigned unchallenged. "Michael!" I called out, my voice breaking. He stumbled forward, eyes wild. "We can't let this be the end." But even as I spoke, I could feel the weight of the truth pressing down. What could we do against such relentless starvation? The very walls seemed to whisper our doom. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, shattering the fragile hope that had begun to weave itself among us. Clara turned, her face pale, mouth forming a silent plea. "We have to help." But I hesitated, caught in the web of fear. The storm howled louder, and the figures swarmed like locusts, driven by desperation and madness. It was all-consuming, a hunger that devoured souls as easily as it did bodies. "Stay close!" Michael shouted, grabbing Clara's hand. I followed, though my heart pounded against my ribs like an animal wanting to escape. We plunged into the chaos, voices rising in panic, shadows darting like fireflies in the abyss. The faces around us morphed into a blur, but I could still feel their desperation echoing in my bones. As we pushed through the throng, I caught sight of the child's mother again. She was crumpled on the ground, a broken doll, clutching her baby's lifeless body. The sight struck me like a dagger to the heart. I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake from its nightmare. I wanted to tell her it wasn't too late, that we could turn the tide if we fought together. But words caught in my throat, choked by the reality that hung like lead. "Keep moving," Michael urged, tugging Clara and me forward. But all I could see was the darkness closing in, the suffocating embrace of despair wrapping around my chest. We were losing ground, losing hope, slipping away like shadows at dawn. And in that moment, I realized the Black Horseman wasn't just a harbinger of famine, he was the embodiment of our fears, a reflection of our own desperation. I could feel him lurking, a spectre waiting to claim us as his own. The air thickened, and the storm raged on, the echoes of hunger reverberating through the night. I remember the weight of their empty eyes, the silence that screamed louder than any word. As we raced through the chaos, I could feel the edges of reality fraying, the world spiraling into oblivion, and I knew deep down that this was only the beginning. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a lingering promise of darkness that crept beneath the skin. I remember standing in the square, the cobblestones slick with rain and blood, a twisted tapestry of life and death woven before my eyes. A figure loomed in the center, hooded and cloaked, a spectre of inevitability. Death himself, or something far worse, a reminder that no matter how fervently we cling to our own survival, the pale horseman rides on. I felt the crowd shift around me, a living organism pulsating with fear, hope, and the stark denial that life could end so abruptly. Faces turned to shadows, eyes wide and hollow, as if they were already caught in the afterlife's gaze. I could hear the whispers, a cacophony of disbelief. It can't be true, it can't be real. But the truth had a way of carving itself into one's bones, and I knew it was real. Then there was Alice. My sister, my blood, her hands trembling as she clutched the amulet around her neck, some trinket of forgotten power. "They say he comes for the weak," she stammered, her voice quaking like the brittle leaves clinging to their branches. "What if he comes for me?" Her breath was a wisp in the thickening fog. I wanted to tell her not to worry, that I would protect her, but every promise felt like a lie, a cloud of smoke that would dissipate under the weight of reality. The sky darkened, swirling clouds brewing a storm that mirrored the chaos in our hearts. I glanced at Thomas, my childhood friend, now a man burdened by grief and regret. His eyes, once bright with mischief, were now dulled by the spectre of death lingering at the edges of our world. "We should leave," he said, his voice hoarse, a rasping whisper that barely broke through the symphony of despair surrounding us. "There's nothing left for us here." But where could we go when the air itself felt tainted? I remember the way he looked at me, as if searching for something to anchor him amidst his storm. A flicker of hope, perhaps? But all I saw was the reflection of our shared terror laid bare. "We'll stay," I said, forcing my voice to break the silence, until the end. I thought of the stories we'd read, the knights and the glory, the triumphs over evil. But those tales were nothing more than fairy tales now, and the reality we faced was ugly, unvarnished. The clock tower chimed, its toll reverberating through the square like a death knell. Alice clutched her amulet tighter, the metal digging into her palm as if it could ward off the darkness creeping closer. "What if he takes you?" she whispered, her voice quivering like a candle's flame in a tempest. Every word was a knife, slicing through the fragile veil of bravery I wore. "I won't let him," I replied, though doubt gnawed at my insides. It was then that screams pierced the air like shards of glass, a frenzied chant summoning the inevitable. People rushed in every direction, panic igniting a primal fear that turned them into wild animals. I could see them, faces twisted in horror, a grotesque dance of survival. Ayla stumbled, her footing faltering as the tide of chaos swept her away. "Thomas!" I yelled, but he had already turned, his face set in stone as he fought against the current. I reached for Ayla, but she was swallowed by the crowd, her figure disappearing like a fleeting dream. "No! Ayla!" My heart raced, each beat a drum echoing in the madness. I pushed forward, my body colliding with strangers, but all I felt was emptiness, an aching loss that clawed at my chest. There he was again, cloaked in darkness, the pale horseman. His eyes, two voids of despair, met mine, and time seemed to freeze. An abyss stared back at me, an ancient knowing that chilled my marrow. I remembered my mother's tales, whispered in the dead of night, warning of the pale horseman who collected souls like dust. "You are nothing," he seemed to say. "You will always be nothing. I am the end you fear." My breath caught as his presence enveloped me, a cold shroud that chilled my very essence. And then, just as suddenly, he was gone, leaving me standing in a wasteland of fractured souls. I turned, searching for Ayla, for Thomas, but all I found was a void, a chasm filled with echoes of laughter long since faded. I stumbled through the remnants of what was once a vibrant town, its life snuffed out like a candle extinguished under a tide of despair. The shadows lengthened, creeping into every corner, twisting familiar places into something alien. Memories of our childhood, the laughter, the warmth, now felt like ghosts haunting a graveyard. Suddenly, I spotted Thomas again, crouched in a corner, his face buried in his hands. I rushed to him, the weight of my own heartache crashing against the walls of my chest. "What have we done?" he muttered, his voice raw with pain. "What have we become?" I knelt beside him, reaching for the remnants of a friendship splintered by fear and loss. "We're still here," I whispered, but even as the words left my lips, I felt the tremors of impending doom. The ground beneath us felt unstable, a reflection of our fragile state. "We'll find Ayla. We will." But the doubt hung like a guillotine, ready to drop at any moment. A chilling wind swept through the square, carrying with it the whispers of the dead. I felt the world tilting, time itself warping, as if it were laughing at our futile attempts to cling to what remained. The clock tower continued its dreadful tolling, each chime a reminder of our fate, our struggles amounting to nothing against the encroaching darkness. And in that moment, we, lost souls against the backdrop of eternity, could only brace ourselves for the storm to come. The echoes of our lives flickered in the distance, suspended like shadows in a fading light, as death came to collect what was rightfully his. The air was thick, suffocating, vibrating with the whispers of souls long departed. I stood in the dim light of the candlelit chamber, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced like specters across the walls. It was here, in this holy sanctum, that the heart of our faith pulsed, a heart that felt both alive and dead, a paradox of trembling hope and gnawing despair. The distant echoes of chanting filled the air, a mournful hymn that resonated within my bones, a reminder of the weight of belief pressing down on us all. My fingers trembled as I clutched the parchment, the ink still glistening with the fervor of its writer. Hymns of glory mixed with the bitter taste of betrayal, faith felt like a double-edged sword, sharp yet blunted by human frailty. I could feel Marcus standing beside me, his brow furrowed, eyes darkened with doubt. He was a man of conviction, yet that conviction wavered like the flame before us, casting flickers of light and dark in equal measure. "I remember," he murmured, his voice strained, "when I thought faith was an anchor, something to hold onto in the storm." But now, he trailed off, his gaze lost in the flickering shadows, as if the very darkness could offer answers. The weight of his vulnerability hung in the air, palpable, a heavy cloak shrouding my own heart. I swallowed hard, feeling the echo of my own uncertainty, the haunting void that stretched before us like an abyss. "I remember," I whispered back, recalling the nights spent in prayer, ardent supplications that felt like shouting into the void, desperate for a response. I remember the stories of the saints, their unwavering faith, their triumph over suffering. But now, the question lingered, taut and aching. The candle sputtered, casting grotesque shapes on the stone walls, as if the very spirits of those who had come before us were reaching out, clawing for recognition. It was maddening, this juxtaposition of sanctity and skepticism. I could almost hear the laughter of the philosophers, the mockery of the skeptics, as they illuminated our contradictions with their sharp wit. "They say we bathe once a year," I quipped, forcing a smile, so romance was, my voice faltered, earthy. Marcus snorted, a sound mingled with disbelief and the ghost of a chuckle. But then his features hardened, and the laughter faded into a shadow of grief. "What do we do with the things we believe, when the world offers only chaos? When the very pillars of our faith crumble beneath our feet?" The question hung between us, a spectre of its own. My heart raced, the truth spilling like blood from a wound. I felt the echoes of our forebears, the martyrs who had faced the fire, the darkness, the very essence of despair. Did they also tremble? Did their faith quake in the face of mounting doubt, or did they stand resolute, eyes fixed on a distant hope? I think about them, I confessed, my voice barely a whisper. I think about the way they faced execution with songs on their lips, how their convictions were ignited by divine fire, yet here we are, lost in the ashes of our questions. My throat tightened, the weight of history pressing down on us, a reminder that we were mere mortals trapped in this cosmic dance of faith and folly. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles in a sweep of darkness, and I felt the change, a shift in the very air around us. My heart raced, and the shadows closed in, thick and suffocating. Panic seized me, and I grasped Marcus's arm. "Did you feel that?" My voice cracked, raw with fear. "Is this the end?" he asked, his eyes wide, searching the void. "Is this what they meant by the darkness before dawn?" The words hung heavy, laden with questions I feared to answer. Then, just as quickly, the light flickered back, the candles reignited as if responding to our turmoil, illuminating our faces with a gentle glow. Yet, I could see it in Marcus's eyes, the flicker of uncertainty igniting into something raw, something desperate. "What if there's nothing awaiting us?" he said, his voice trembling. "What if this is it, the silence, the void? What if our beliefs are just shadows dancing in the dark?" I wanted to reach out, to assure him that faith was more than mere shadows, but my own conviction wavered like the flickering candles. "I remember stories," I said, desperately grasping at the threads of memory. "I remember the echoes of voices long gone, the teachings that wrapped around me like warm blankets in a world of cold. But still we're here, caught in the chasm of indecision," he finished for me, his voice a mix of sorrow and resolve. "Caught between what we've been told and what we truly feel. Are we just echoes in this cosmic void, waiting for a voice that may never come?" A heavy silence settled, thick with the weight of every unspoken doubt. I felt the flicker of hope begin to dim, but then, there it was. A gentle stirring, a whisper in the gloom. The realization washed over me like a tide, threatening to drown us both. "We are all echoes," I breathed. "Echoes of those who dared to believe, to question, to face the abyss. Our thoughts, our struggles, they carry the weight of those who walked this path before us." Marcus's expression shifted, the shadows still dancing in his eyes, but there was a glimmer now, a flicker of understanding. "We carry their burdens, and their hopes," he murmured, the words hanging in the air like a fragile promise. "Perhaps that is enough." In that moment, the weight of our shared struggle felt like a balm, soothing the raw edges of our doubts, intertwining our souls in a delicate tapestry woven from pain and hope. The echoes grew louder, the chants, the prayers, the whispers of the faithful, reverberating through the chamber, wrapping us in their embrace. And as the shadows deepened, I knew this moment would linger, stretching out into eternity, a reminder that we are all players in this grand, chaotic play of existence, where faith and doubt dance together in a desperate waltz. The faint scent of burning wax filled the air, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to that dance. In the uncertainty, we found our truth. In the darkness, we illuminated the shadows. And as the echoes faded, I knew we would carry on, haunted and hopeful, forever intertwined, forever questioning. The thunder of hooves shattered the night, a haunting symphony that echoed through the darkened valleys, reverberating against the cold stone walls of the castle. A figure emerged from the shadows, his silhouette stark against the moonlight, a ghost in armor, a haunting reminder of battles fought and lost. I could feel the weight of his despair, a palpable sorrow that seemed to cling to him like mist. This was no ordinary horseman, He was a knight burdened by memories, his heart a forge of regret, pounding in time with the rhythm of his steed. I remember the first time I saw him, the way his eyes flickered with a mix of anger and longing, as if he were wrestling with demons too fierce to conquer. Sir Alaric, they called him, once a hero, now a man adrift, navigating the treacherous waters of his own mind. The air around him crackled with tension, ghosts of fallen comrades whispered their accusations, their blood staining his hands, even as he rode through the night. The moon watched him, a silent witness to his turmoil, illuminating the cracks in his armor and the chasms in his soul. Then there was Mara, oh, sweet Mara. A healer by necessity, a poet by choice, she danced between shadows, weaving salves for wounds both physical and invisible. She carried her own scars, etched deep within her heart like the gnarled branches of a tree. Her laughter was a rare and precious thing, a flicker of light in her otherwise somber existence, yet it trembled with the weight of unshed tears. I remember the way her fingers grazed the herbs in her garden, tender and reverent, as if they held the secrets of the universe within their fragile leaves. But for every flower she nurtured, another part of her wilted, the burden of her compassion was a heavy cloak, suffocating in its intensity. On that fateful night, the air crackled with anticipation, the tension thick enough to slice with a sword. They were drawn together, these two souls entwined by fate, yet separated by their own fears and failures. Sir Alaric galloped toward the woods, a dark storm brewing in his heart, while Mara lingered by the castle walls, her thoughts racing like the wild horses of the steppes. She could feel him, could sense the anguish radiating from him like heat from a forge, and it pulled at her, a magnetic force that demanded her attention. "Come back to me," she whispered, though the wind carried her voice away like smoke. The fabric of their bond, frayed as it was, still held a semblance of hope. But what was hope in a world where death rode alongside them, a horseman cloaked in shadows? I remember her breath hitching in her throat, the memories flooding back, her father, fallen in battle, her mother, lost to pestilence. The echoes of the past wrapped around her like a noose, tightening with each heartbeat. The moon hung low, a voyeur to their suffering. Sir Alaric, wrestling not just with the undead spectres of his past but with the torment of his own decisions, charged into the darkness. His mind was a battlefield, a cacophony of shouts and cries, a symphony of horrors. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the metallic tang that heralded the onset of war. He could almost hear the clang of swords, feel the weight of the life he had taken, the blood that had soaked his hands. "Mara," he shouted suddenly, the name tearing itself from his lips like a wounded animal. The sound echoed, bouncing against the trees, and for a moment, the world stood still, frozen in the grip of his desperation. He turned back, just for a heartbeat, desperation clawing at his throat. He could not bear the thought of leaving her, not when she was the only light left in his darkened soul. But what if she knew? What if she could see the darkness that clung to him, like a second skin? He was a monster disguised in armor, and he could not let her touch that part of him. Those memories, those moments, he buried them deep, but they clawed their way back to the surface, monstrous and relentless. "I am not worthy," he thought, a mantra that spiraled through his mind, a bitter truth that twisted like a knife in his gut. And Mara, sensing his turmoil, felt a rift opening between them. The weight of her own fears mixed with the tension in the air, and she felt herself falter. "Why do you flee?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, the words catching like shards of glass in her throat. What if he never came back? The thought was a blade, sharp and merciless, slicing through the delicate fabric of her hopes. She stepped forward, heart racing, willing herself to bridge the widening chasm. The world around them felt distorted, as if time itself were warping in response to their anguish. Shadows danced, taunting her, reminding her of losses uncounted, of the pain in every breath. I remember how she clutched the woven amulet around her neck, a token of love from her mother, an anchor in a storm of uncertainty. Suddenly, the night erupted. A scream pierced the air, raw and primal. It was a call to arms, a battle cry echoing in the depths of the forest. Sir Alaric spun around, the weight of duty crashing over him like a tidal wave. The time for hesitation was gone, he had to fight, had to protect. But protect what? A fleeting dream? A smiling face? A flame that flickered against the encroaching darkness? the world became a blur of motion. Sir Alaric's heart thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder of his purpose, each thrust of his sword a desperate attempt to reclaim a future he feared he had already lost. I remember the chaos, the visceral smell of sweat and fear, the sound of clashing steel ringing in the air, like the sinister laughter of the night. And in that moment, Mara stood frozen, caught between the urge to follow him into the abyss and the instinct to protect her own fragile heart. She was a leaf caught in a gale, torn. What if he falls? What if he never returns? The question swirled around her, mocking her resolve. But as the shadows closed in, she felt the pull of destiny. She could not let him face the darkness alone. In the tangled weave of their fates, she took a step forward, heart racing, and the moon bore witness to their struggles, two souls entwined, each haunted by their past, yet drawn together by the thin thread of hope, an unquenchable fire that refused to die. As the echoes of the battle faded into the night, the stars blinked overhead like distant memories, twinkling softly in the vastness. And in that charged stillness, between the chaos of war and the whispers of love, they stood on the precipice, ready to face whatever horrors awaited them. The shadows loomed large, but they were not alone. Their story, one of heartache, courage, and an unyielding bond, had only just begun. The city lay under a suffocating blanket of silence, shadows pooling in alleyways like the spilled ink of forgotten tales. Night cloaked the streets, but it was the kind of darkness that whispered, a soft voice weaving through the air, beckoning the weary and heartbroken. I stood there, heart racing, caught in that moment. A storm brewed not far off, thunder rumbling like a warning echoing through the veins of the earth. I could feel it, a tremor of dread, a pulse of something ancient. The air crackled, thick with anticipation. Then came the scream. A raw, animalistic wail that shattered the stillness, sending ripples of fear through the night. I turned, instinct screaming at me to run, but curiosity rooted me in place. Was it a cry of desperation, or had the Four Horsemen finally come to claim their due? I knew the stories, the chilling tales woven through the fabric of our culture. In literature and film, they were harbingers of doom, death, war, famine, and conquest, their presence looming like a dark cloud, ready to unleash chaos. MIA stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering streetlights, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She had always been the brave one, the one who danced on the edge of danger. She was a firecracker, all energy and laughter, yet here she was, exposed, vulnerable. What was that? She whispered, voice trembling, drawing me closer to her. I don't know, I replied, my heart thumping in rhythm with the distant thunder. My mind raced back to the stories we had shared as children, huddled under blankets, eyes sparkling with excitement and terror. They say when the horsemen come, it's never just a story. It's real. I couldn't help but think of the journeys we had taken together, our own myths woven through the fabric of our friendship. But now, that fabric felt threadbare, unraveling before our eyes. Then there was Alex. Always the skeptic, arms crossed, brow furrowed. You two are being ridiculous, he scoffed, yet I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the twitch of his fingers betraying his bravado. The noise had skittered through his mind, and for a moment, he was just as lost in the dark as we were. It's just some animal. Or kids messing around. But his voice lacked conviction, the tension dripping from each syllable. Famine wasn't just a figure in a story, it was an all-consuming force. I thought of those starving faces, the hollow eyes of those who had lost everything to hunger. Mia's laughter from long ago echoed in my ears, a time when we could joke about misery, at least we bathed once a year, right? But standing here, fear palpable and real, I felt the weight of our foolishness. There was no joy in that absurdity now. Our innocence had been stripped bare, and the chill of reality seeped into our bones. And then, the clouds above us split open. Rain poured down in sheets, washing away the dust of our childhood dreams, drowning the laughter in a deluge of despair. MIA gasped, her hands clutching my arm as if I were her anchor in this tempest. What if they're really here? She asked, voice barely a whisper, but the tremor in her tone was a powerful thing, like the rise and fall of a tide that threatened to swallow us whole. The world around us blurred, the city turned into a painting of chaos. Streets glistened, reflecting the glowing neon signs that flickered like dying stars. The air was electric, a charge of adrenaline and fear mingling together, pulling us closer to the edge of the unknown. I could hear the heartbeat of the night, thumping like a drum, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away, that each moment was a countdown to something inevitable. I could feel the weight of war, a relentless specter lurking in the shadows. Images of blood-soaked battlefields flashed through my mind, the clash of swords, the cries of the fallen, the haunting silence that follows. I thought of Alex, his family torn apart by conflict, a history that weighed heavily on his shoulders. He scanned the streets, searching for something to ground him, desperation etching lines into his face. We need to go. Now. But how do you run from an idea? From a force that has haunted humanity since the dawn of time? I felt paralyzed, caught in a web of fear and fascination. The Four Horsemen were not merely characters in a tale, they were the embodiment of our darkest fears, our most profound insecurities. They were relentless, a reminder that chaos was always lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness. And then, silence. A charged stillness that wrapped around us like a shroud. The rain slowed, droplets falling like whispered confessions. I held my breath, feeling the world hold its breath with me. My heart raced, a wild stallion in a cage, desperate to break free. A figure emerged from the shadows, draped in darkness, a cloak billowing like smoke. My mind screamed, could this be one of them? Instinctively, I took a step back, pulling MIA closer. The figure paused, lifting its head to reveal a face that was both familiar and terrifying, hauntingly beautiful, yet suffocatingly cold. You think you can escape the inevitable, it whispered, voiced like the rustle of dead leaves. You think laughter can shield you from the truth. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of clarity mixed with terror. There was no escaping the horsemen, they were etched into the very fabric of our lives. They were the pulse of existence, a reminder that life was transient, fragile. I remembered the stories, the laughter, the childhood fears, and the way we had danced around the edges of mortality. How often had we taken it lightly, only to find ourselves at the precipice? And now, as the shadows closed in, I felt the gravity of our existence, the weight of every moment we had ever shared. The laughter, the heartbreak, the loss, it all clung to the air like the scent of rain-soaked earth, raw and real. Memories flooded back, the mundane entwined with the profound, and I was left trembling, standing on the brink of a truth I could no longer ignore. I turned to Alex and MIA, their faces a mirror of my own horror and realization. The confrontation was not with the horsemen, but with our own fears, our own mortality. The storm raged above, yet beneath it all, we stood anchored in our shared humanity, a fragile light in an encroaching darkness. The horsemen had come, but they were not merely figures of doom, they were reflections of us, reminders that we must face the dark to truly live. As the figure in the shadows faded, a ghost of a thought lingered, a promise that our story was far from over. It was merely transforming, the next chapter waiting to be written. And as the echoes of the night enveloped us, I felt a surge of determination. We would face whatever came next, together, in a world that threatened to swallow us whole. The storm had only just begun. The air crackled like static, heavy with the scent of burnt wood and something darker, something primal. A clock's relentless ticking echoed in the shadows, each chime a reminder that time was running out for her, for him, for all of them. I stood in the throbbing heart of chaos, where fear clung to the skin like a second layer. The night was thick with shadows, an oppressive blanket of dread, and I could feel it crawling under my skin. I remember the moment he turned to me, eyes wide and wild, a desperate flicker of hope fighting against the suffocating weight of despair. "This can't be how it ends," he said, his voice a ragged whisper, a plea that hung in the air, trembling. Ethan was flawed, his heart tangled in guilt and regret, his mind a battlefield of choices that haunted him like shadows in a dream. Here, trapped in this moment, he was both warrior and coward, a man with too much to lose and not enough courage to face the truth. And then there was Lysandra, poised against the crumbling wall, firelight illuminating her features, casting flickering shadows across her determined face. The courage in her eyes burned brighter than the flames. "We have to fight," she insisted, her voice steady, cutting through the chaos like a beacon. But beneath that fierce exterior lay a chasm of fear, a deep-seated doubt that threatened to swallow her whole. Was it bravado, or was it the last flicker of hope before everything went dark? I remember the weight of that moment, the air thick with tension, the impending storm of emotion swirling around us. We were the horsemen, each of us a harbinger of our own destruction and salvation. War, famine, pestilence, death, each a figure cloaked in the choices we faced, each whispering our worst fears into the silence. I could feel their presence, a cold breath on the back of my neck, urging me to surrender, to give in to the despair nipping at the edges of my resolve. The ghost of laughter flitted through my memory, a haunting reminder of days when joy felt like the lightness of a feather, not the heavy weight of a chain. Remember when we thought we could change the world? Ethan's voice taunted, laced with bitter humor. We were so naive. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of a dream slowly dimming. Each tick of the clock was a reminder that we were just players in a game where the rules had turned against us, a cosmic joke that felt utterly absurd. But beneath the absurdity, beneath the laughter that rang hollow, lay an undeniable truth: we were fighting against ourselves. The horsemen were not just figures of destruction, they were reflections of our innermost struggles, our fears, our desires, our haunting regrets. We fought against the darkness that threatened to consume us, yet with every breath, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down. Lysandra stepped forward, her voice rising above the cacophony of despair. We can't let them win. We can't let our fear define us. Each word was a hammer striking the anvil of our resolve, forging a connection that burned brighter than the chaos around us. I admired her bravery, even as it twisted into a painful knot in my chest. She was the embodiment of hope, yet I could see the shadows flickering like ghosts in her eyes, the fear of failure clawing at her heart. The darkness pressed closer, shadows flickering like lost souls whispering secrets of despair. I could feel it gnawing at the edges of my mind, wrapping around my thoughts like vines strangling a tree. The struggle between light and dark played out not in grand battles but in these quiet moments of hesitation, where every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder of the fragility of our existence. Ethan's voice trembled as he spoke again, each word a sharp shard cutting through the silence. What if we fail? The question hung heavy in the air, a specter that loomed larger than any enemy we faced. I saw the fear etched on his face, the man who had once charged into battle with a reckless abandon now paralyzed by the weight of his choices. In that moment, the horseman of fear reared his head, and I wondered if any of us could truly face him. But then, in the dim light, I saw Lysandra's resolve harden. Failure is a part of life, Ethan. But so is courage. Her voice wrapped around us, an anchor in the storm, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, we could choose how to respond. I felt the tremors of hope ripple through me, igniting the embers of my own courage. The flicker of a flame, fragile but alive. Time slid like water through our fingers, fleeting and relentless. We stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of despair and hope. Beneath the surface of our swirling emotions, the shadows danced, taunting and tempting, whispering that surrender was easier than the fight. Yet, the fire within us flickered, spitting defiance against the encroaching darkness. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, the moment stretching towards an inevitable climax. I could feel the pull of the horseman, the weight of our choices pressing down upon us. And in that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle against external forces, it was a confrontation with the ghosts of our past and the specters of our future. Ethan's eyes locked onto mine, and somewhere in that connection, I felt an understanding blossom. We were flawed and broken, but we were also capable of so much more. The question lingered, hanging heavy in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. Could we rise? Could we stand together against the horseman that dwelled within us, and emerge into the light? The clock ticked on, each chime echoing like a heartbeat in the silence, a countdown to an uncertain climax. As the night deepened, shadows danced and the air thickened with tension. We were on the cusp of something monumental, the darkness beckoning, yet there was a flicker of defiance igniting in our souls. I remember the weight of that moment, the air thick with the promise of change. And just as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, I felt a surge of determination course through me, binding us together, igniting a spark of rebellion against the inevitable. Each of us stood at the threshold, poised between despair and hope, ready to confront the horseman that haunted our hearts. The air was electric with tension, a thick fog rolling in as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the ancient city. I stood in the shadows of the crumbling stone walls, heart racing, echoing the drumbeat of prophecy that haunted every whisper of the wind. I remember the feeling, like the world was holding its breath, teetering on the brink of something monumental. Somewhere out there, in the depths of the night, the weight of forgotten promises loomed, heavy and unyielding. Amora stood across the narrow alley, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light of the torches. Wrapped in a tattered shawl, she seemed lost in a tempest of her own thoughts. I could see the shadows dance across her face, the struggle between hope and despair etched into every line. "What if it's true?" she murmured, barely audible, her voice trembling like the leaves above us. She was stubborn, fiercely independent, yet bound by a fear that gnawed at her insides. Prophecy had that power, didn't it? To twist dreams into nightmares, to whisper sweetly of fate while clutching a dagger behind its back. Then there was Ethan, his silhouette framed in the doorway of the tavern, a man who had once believed in the light of the stars but now found solace only in the bottom of a tankard. The news had broken him, his brother, the chosen one, the savior foretold by seers long forgotten. I remember the way he cradled the destiny in his hands, fragile as spun glass, yet he had never wanted it. "I can't carry this weight," he had confessed over a pint, his voice thick with disbelief. "I'm no hero. I'm just a man." But the world had other plans. The prophecies were relentless, insistent as a drumbeat echoing through the corridors of time. And here we were, three souls caught in the web of fate, each thread tugging us toward an inevitable confrontation. "Look," Amora said, her voice fierce, cutting through the thickening silence. "It's not just about us anymore. They're coming for the boy. The sky has turned red, can't you feel it?" Her hand shook, the shadows around us closing in like a predator stalking its prey. The ghost of prophesied past whispered in my ear, chilling and seductive. I closed my eyes, and the visions flooded in, the blooded fields, the screams of the damned, the earth itself trembling under the weight of unfulfilled destinies. Ethan stepped forward, desperation painted across his features. "You think I haven't seen it?" he spat, frustration bubbling over like the froth in his drink. "I've lived with this damn prophecy breathing down my neck every day. It's a curse, not a gift." His voice cracked, frustration morphing into sorrow. I could feel the cracks in his heart, the splintering of hope that had once filled him with purpose. We were all trapped in this dance, one step forward, two steps back, each prophecy a ghost that haunted us, bobbing and weaving through our lives. Even as the weight of our individual struggles loomed, the cosmic tapestry of fate wove us closer together, tighter, until we could hardly breathe. I remember a night long ago, when the stars had seemed to align, and I had believed in something greater than ourselves. The pulse of the universe had thrummed in my veins, and I had thought that perhaps, just perhaps, we could rewrite our own destinies. But as the winds howled and the shadows lengthened, I started to see the folly in that dream. "Stop!" Amora shouted, her voice breaking through my reverie. "We can't fall apart now. Not when they're coming." The fear in her eyes was palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. "We have to stand together, or we'll lose everything." Her words hung in the air, a desperate plea wrapped in the weight of impending doom. Ethan's gaze fell, the flicker of hope extinguished. "And what if standing together means losing even more?" he whispered, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. "What if this prophecy isn't meant for us? What if it's written in blood?" The despair was an icy hand gripping his heart, squeezing tighter and tighter. I could see him unraveling, the threads of his resolve fraying like an old tapestry. As the night wore on, the shadows lengthened, creeping closer, curling around us like wisps of smoke, carrying with them the whispers of forgotten prophecies long sealed in time. The city, once bustling with life, was now a hushed, trembling landscape, a stage set for the unfolding tragedy. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second louder than the last. The weight of countless lives lived and lost pressed down upon me, a spectral chorus of hopes and dreams unfulfilled. This was not merely our story, it was a cycle woven through the fabric of humanity, each thread vibrant with emotion, tinged with despair. "Do you feel it?" I murmured, more to myself than to them. "The way the universe holds its breath, as if waiting for us to make a choice, to defy what's been written." I could see the glimmer of understanding ignite in Amora's eyes, a flicker of rebellion against the oppressive weight of prophecy. "Maybe," she began, her voice steadying, "just maybe, we can rewrite the ending." And in that moment, time stood still. The night wrapped around us, the stars peeking through the quilt of clouds, as if listening intently to the choices that lay before us. The air was thick with possibility, heavy with the unspoken. We stood on the precipice, hearts pounding, souls intertwined with fate, ready to confront the ghost of prophecy that had haunted our lives. But that confrontation loomed in the distance, a merciless storm gathering strength. And as I felt the threads of our lives intertwine, the echoes of the past faded into a whisper, leaving nothing but the chilling anticipation of what lay ahead. The clock strikes 12, and silence blankets the city like a funeral shroud. A haunting wind whistles through the empty streets, a ghostly echo of what was, or what could be. In the shadow of a crumbling cathedral, a figure kneels, face buried in trembling hands. It's Clara, her heart a tempest of fear and hope, an aching dichotomy. "I can't do this alone," she whispers to the void, the words escaping her lips like fallen leaves, a prayer to a sky that feels eternally dark. Behind her, the distant rumble of thunder sends a shiver skittering across her spine. Each crack of lightning feels like the judgment day she has studied, the day of reckoning she has dreaded. Clara's mind is a kaleidoscope of images, the Four Horsemen, their grim faces carved into her memory like a nightmare that won't fade. We're so close, she thinks, so close to the edge. But is it salvation or damnation that awaits them? Her brother, Samuel, stands at the precipice of this chaos, teetering between faith and doubt. The weight of the world presses down on him, a leaden cloak of responsibility mixed with despair. "You're losing yourself, Clara," he shouts, voice raw, each syllable a dagger. "You can't save everyone." The truth stings, and yet, a part of him wishes he could shout louder, shake her from this spiral of obsession. The cracks in her faith are widening, and he sees it, a waterfall of desperation threatening to drown her spirit. I remember, Clara breathes, her voice barely a murmur, trembling with the weight of memories like leaden stones. I remember the stories: famine, war, pestilence, death. The horsemen came like shadows, relentless. She shivers, eyes wide, haunted by the echoes of a past she cannot escape. What if they come for us next? Then we face them together, Samuel replies, though doubt gnaws at his heart. He knows all too well the lore of the horsemen, deceptive remnants of their faith woven into the fabric of society, tales told in hushed tones around flickering candlelight. But the fear that clings to him feels more real than scripture, more potent than the promises of divine intervention. Above them, the storm gathers, an ominous omen. The darkness thickens, enveloping the city. Clara's heartbeat matches the storm's fury, a pulsating rhythm, a countdown to the inevitable. "If I could only remember," she murmurs, straining against the fog of uncertainty. What does it mean if the horsemen return? Is it punishment or a test? Samuel steps closer, desperation etched in the lines of his face. "Clara, listen to me. We can't let fear bind us. We were taught that love conquers all, that faith can weather any storm." Yet, as he speaks, a sliver of doubt infiltrates his heart. How can love save them from what lurks beyond the horizon? The world they inhabit is riddled with the bones of the past, and the spectre of the horseman looms larger with every tick of the clock. The wind howls, shrieking like a banshee, and the ground trembles beneath their feet. The air thickens with anticipation, a palpable energy that clings to their skin like sweat. Clara stands, defiance roar in her chest. "If they come, I will face them," she cries, eyes blazing with fury and fear. "I won't hide. I won't run." The words tumble from her mouth, fueled by a fire that threatens to consume her. But deep in her heart, doubt seeps like poison. What if facing them means more pain? What if her resolve leads to suffering? "But what if I fail?" she whispers, the vulnerability laid bare. "What if I'm not strong enough?" Samuel reaches for her, their hands clasping together, a connection forged in the heat of desperation. Then we fall together, he promises, his tone both tender and fierce. The world around them seems to pause, time suspended in a moment of fierce connection amidst the encroaching darkness. Each heartbeat echoes in the silence, a reminder of their fragile humanity. They stand at the edge of oblivion, the storm crashing against their senses like a relentless tide. The horseman, beyond the veil, waiting, watching, hungry. Clara closes her eyes, a fleeting vision flaring against the darkness, the pale horse, the rider cloaked in ash and sorrow. Is it too late? She asks, tears threatening to spill, her voice quaking with raw emotion. Never, Samuel replies, heart racing. As long as we breathe, it's never too late. But beneath his bravado, a cold tendril of fear wraps around his heart. What if breathing wasn't enough? What if the horsemen were more than mere legends? And then, with a roar that shatters the air, a figure emerges through the storm, a silhouette against the jagged lightning. The moment stretches, time unraveling like an old tapestry, frayed and torn. Clara's breath catches, heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. The face is familiar, a ghost from the shadows of her memories. Is it him? Is it really him? She gasps, terror intertwining with anticipation. The figure steps closer, and the details sharpen, the cold, dead eyes, the skeletal grin, a visage that sends chills racing down her spine. The first horseman. Come, Clara, he whispers, a voice like the rustling of dry leaves in winter. Come join the dance. Samuel's grip tightens, a beacon of strength amidst the encroaching dread. No. We won't go with you, he yells, defiance rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. But deep inside, the insidious whisper of the horseman wraps around his thoughts, tempting him with the allure of surrender. I remember, Clara repeats, eyes wide, caught in a web of memories and horrors. The stories, the dreams, the omens. With each word, the world around them shifts, a vortex of emotion swirling in a chaotic symphony. But the moment stretches, fraying at the edges, and Clara knows the truth. This is not just a confrontation, it is a reckoning. The echoes of their past converge, and they stand on the threshold of the unknown, hearts racing against the tide of fate. And the storm rages on, a cacophony of chaos and conflict, as the horsemen draw closer, the reckoning pulsating in the air like a drumbeat of doom. The shadows lengthen, and the confrontation looms, an unrelenting wave crashing toward them, pulling them deeper into the abyss. In the heart of the storm, love and fear intertwine like vines, and as they stand before the embodiment of their darkest nightmares, they realize, this battle is not just for survival, but for the very essence of their souls. The horsemen are here, and the world will never be the same again. Closer, closer they come, and the clock ticks ever onward, each second a reminder that the end is just the beginning. The night was thick, suffocating in its weight, the kind of darkness that swallows the light whole, leaving only whispers of what once was. I stood in the heart of a crumbling village, surrounded by the ghosts of the past, their echoes swirling like autumn leaves in a tempest. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and fear, a reminder of the four figures that loomed large in our collective psyche, the horsemen, they called them. Pestilence, war, famine, death, their names dripped with foreboding, each syllable a harbinger of despair. I remember the first time I saw him, Eliezer, a boy turned man before his time, his eyes dark pools reflecting the horrors that danced just beyond the veil of reality. He stood rigid, every muscle tensed, as if bracing against an unseen storm. They say the horsemen are coming, he murmured, his voice a fragile thread in the suffocating silence. And this village, it's their playground. I could taste the fear on my lips, bitter as ash, and I wondered if his heart echoed the same trepidation. Across the square, Miriam lingered, a woman with a spirit as wild as the tempest brewing in the skies above. Her laughter once rang clear like a bell, but now it hung in the air, a ghostly echo. I refused to let them win, she proclaimed defiantly, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. She was the flame in a world of shadows, a beacon for those lost in despair. Her resolve seemed both a blessing and a curse, illuminating the path even as it burned her from within. I remember the stories we were told as children, tales of the horsemen riding forth, their steeds snorting plumes of smoke, eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. each tale woven with threads of fear, cautionary whispers that seeped into our bones. But now, standing with Eleazar and Miriam beneath the yawning maw of the night, the stories felt like a prophecy, ripe for the plucking. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a low rumble that echoed the turmoil in our hearts. Eleazar clenched his fists, the knuckles white as if he could will away the dread creeping into his bones. They are more than just stories, he spat, his voice cracking under the weight of truth. Pestilence lurks in the shadows, and famine is already feasting on our desperation. War is a whisper on the wind, and death waits with open arms. Miriam laughed, a wild, unhinged laugh that pierced the night like a dagger. Then let them come. What is life without a little chaos? We are alive, aren't we? We will face them. Together. But even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of fear in her eyes, the uncertainty dancing like shadows across her face. And then, as if summoned by her defiance, a chill swept through the square. It was as if the very air had conspired against us, freezing time in a moment of sheer dread. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, slow and deliberate, as if counting down to something inevitable. The shadows seemed to thicken, pooling at the edges of our sight, stretching and morphing into shapes that echoed our darkest fears. Eleazar turned, his gaze piercing through the darkness, searching for solace. "What will we do?" he whispered, the words trembling like a dying ember. "How can we fight what we cannot see?" I could feel the weight of his despair, the fear that knotted in his stomach like an ancient serpent, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. But Miriam stepped forward, her spirit ignited like a wildfire. "We fight with our hearts. We will not succumb to the shadows. We are the light that pierces the night." Her voice rang out, powerful and defiant, a battle cry that stirred something deep within me. I could taste the salt of my own tears, the bitter tang of despair mixing with the electric thrill of hope. I watched as she lifted her arms toward the heavens, challenging the darkness itself, daring it to consume her. It was a moment suspended in eternity, raw and visceral, where the heartbeats of three souls echoed against the vast, indifferent cosmos. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, 1,000 generations whispering through the fabric of time. Each heartbeat was a prayer, each breath a testament to our struggle against the encroaching darkness. But then the silence shattered like glass, a shiver of dread racing through the village. The ground shook, rattling our bones, and from the depths of the night, a distant thunder rolled, dreadful and ominous. It was the sound of hooves against the earth, an inevitability that sent a jolt of terror through us. I turned to Eleazar, his face pale as moonlight, a mask of horror and resignation. "It's starting," he said, each word a weighted stone in the air between us. "The horsemen ride forth." Miriam's eyes blazed, fueled by a determination that felt almost reckless. "Then let them come," she shouted into the gathering storm, her voice fierce, a tempest against the encroaching doom. "Let us be bold. Let us be the fire that drives them back." But deep down, I felt the tremors of doubt crackling in the air, an electric pulse that warned of the chaos to come. The night loomed larger, shadows stretching to consume us whole, and in that moment, I knew, this was not merely a confrontation with the horsemen, but a battle against our own fears, our own shadows. I sank into the depths of my thoughts, wrestling with the weight of existence, of life hanging by a thread, of uncertainty gnawing at my insides. Time collapsed into itself, a spiraling vortex as the weight of the moment bore down on us, and I felt the grip of fate tightening around our throats. The first horseman reared his head, a spectre wrapped in shadow, the scent of death mingling with the night air. My breath caught, my heart pounded, and I felt a primal fear clawing at my chest. Eleazar's eyes widened in horror, and Miriam's laughter faded into a whisper, lost in the encroaching darkness. The battle was beginning, and we were caught in its grasp, unyielding and unrelenting, a storm of emotion that would either break us or forge us anew. In that moment, suspended between dread and hope, I realized we were not merely facing the horsemen, we were facing ourselves. Our darkest fears, our greatest strengths, entwined in an eternal dance under the vast, indifferent sky. And so it began, the horsemen unleashed, the spectres of our own making, the shadows lurking in the corners of our hearts as we stood, trembling yet resolute, at the edge of the abyss. The storm howled outside, a feral beast tearing at the edges of the night, the air electric with the promise of chaos. Inside the old cabin, Julia huddled against the wooden walls, her breath shallow, each inhale a battle against the stifling dread that dripped from the rafters like cold sweat. The flickering candlelight danced shadows across her face, twisting her features into something unrecognizable, something haunted. She could feel the pulse of fear, that invisible thread connecting her to the ancient tales whispered around fires, tales of things that watched from the corners of dark forests and of ghosts that lingered long after their hearts had ceased to beat. "I remember," she whispered to the darkness, the way their eyes glimmered like moonlight on water. Vivid memories clawed their way through her mind, uninvited and violent. The night her brother had vanished beneath the canopy of trees, a mere echo of laughter swallowed by the fog. The villagers had spoken in hushed tones, their voices trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. The woods were hungry, they said. They were alive with the stories of lost souls. Across town, in a dilapidated inn brimming with the scent of stale ale and despair, Marcus swirled his drink, the amber liquid swirling like the doubts in his heart. "I remember," he muttered to himself, "when legends were just stories to scare children." Now they were shackles, binding him to the very thing he had tried to escape. He had sought solace in the chaos of the city, yet even here, the ghosts of his past lingered like a thick fog, suffocating and relentless. The gnarled hands of folklore clawed at his sanity, and he just knew, that his fate was intertwined with Julia's. In the dim light, longing and regret intertwined like vines around his heart. Reality wobbled around him, and he could see her once again, the way her eyes sparkled with fierce determination despite the shadow that loomed between them. Oh, how he had loved her, how he had tried to save her. But those stories, those dreadful, beautiful tales, were never meant to have happy endings. They always ended at the edge of a knife, or the bottom of a ravine. His hand shook, not just from the drink, but from the burden of untold truths. The night his brother had vanished, they had twisted their fates with a reckless promise, a curse disguised as adventure. They were drawn to the forest like moths to a flame, both believing they could conquer the darkness that thrummed with life just beyond the thicket. "I remember," he whispered, the words falling into the silence like stones, heavy and final. The shadows seemed to lean closer, eager to catch every syllable. And then, suddenly, the door burst open. Wind howled through the inn, bringing with it the scent of rain and something more, a visceral, primordial fear that clawed at the back of his throat. The villagers were there, wild-eyed and frantic, clutching lanterns that flickered like dying stars. "Julia," they shouted, voices trembling with urgency. The woods, Marcus' heart dropped. He could feel the madness creeping in, that suffocating fear that had once wrapped around his brother and pulled him into the depths of shadow. He stumbled outside, the rain slashing against his skin, the earth beneath him pulsating with a heartbeat of its own. Julia felt it, too. The tremors of the world beneath her feet, the way the tree swayed, alive with the whispers of ancient spirits. She could almost hear their laughter, echoing through the haze of her mind. "Come home," they sang, sweetly, cruelly. But home had become a prison. The cabin walls closed in, and with each heartbeat, she felt the weight of their despair smothering her. "I remember," she murmured, as if trying to anchor herself to something solid. But there was nothing solid here, only the blurred line between reality and myth. The storm outside mirrored the tempest within, each crack of thunder a reminder of what had been lost and what was still to be discovered. Julia pushed open the door, the hinges creaking a mournful protest as she stepped into the chaos of the night, her heart racing, raw and exposed. Every shadow danced with familiar shapes, and the memories flooded back, sharp and vivid. The stories of her ancestors echoed in her ears, tales of bravery wrapped in pain. "Marcus," she cried into the storm, her voice laced with urgency, desperation cutting through the air. The name hung there, suspended in time, a tether pulling them toward one another. A beacon amidst the darkness, a sliver of hope flickering in the storm. The villagers pressed closer, eyes wide, their own fears palpable. "There are creatures in the woods, Julia," one of them shouted, retrieving a lantern from trembling hands as if to ward off the encroaching night. "They take what they want, and they don't look back." But she was no longer the frightened girl who had once hidden beneath the covers, clutching the tales of the brave and the bold. She was the embodiment of those stories, a vessel for the emotions they contained: fear, love, heartbreak, revenge. I refuse to be another ghost among the shadows, she declared, voice echoing through the rain, a battle cry against fate. Marcus, now in the thrall of the storm, saw her, the fierce spirit that she was, the way she stood tall against the impending doom. Heart-pounding, he fought through the throng of terrified villagers, feeling the gravity of their emotions pulling him back, but he pressed on, driven by the knot of destiny that had always bound them. They met amidst the swirling chaos, breaths mingling in the cold air, eyes locking in an unspoken understanding. Their past stretched behind them like an uncharted forest, dark and tangled, and ahead lay the storm-soaked path of uncertainty. "We can't let them take us," Julia whispered, fierce determination igniting her spirit. A shiver ran down Marcus' spine. He could feel the weight of the dark tales pressing down on them, but with Julia at his side, he found a flicker of hope. "Together," he replied, his voice barely above the tempest, but resolute. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating the forest, revealing shapes lurking just beyond sight. The whispers grew louder, the promise of ancient creatures beckoning them forward, but the heartbeat of their shared fear thudded in unison, a rhythm that pulsed with relentless urgency. The world tilted, and for a moment, they felt time stretch and unravel, folding in on itself as if the cosmos was watching, waiting. "I remember," Julia breathed, but this time, the memories were not echoes of sorrow, they were a call to arms, a fierce reminder that love and fear could coexist, entwined like vines. The forest loomed ahead, alive with the lore of countless generations. They stepped forward, hand in hand, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to face the dark unknown together. Shadows flickered and danced, ghostly and beautiful, as the storm raged on, erasing the line between past and future. And the night, with its chilling embrace, welcomed them into its depths, drawing them deeper into the intertwining fates that awaited them, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of the tales yet to be told. The air was thick with rot. In the once bustling marketplace, the fruit stands lay abandoned, their vibrant colors dulled by a film of grime. The silence screamed, a ghost town where laughter had once danced. Bodies wrapped in coarse linen and the stench of decay lingered like a haunting melody. I stood there, paralyzed, my heart pounding a desperate rhythm against my ribcage. The world had spun off its axis, and we were the lost souls grasping for sanity in chaos. A figure stumbled past me. It was Agatha, her hands trembling, veins like black serpents under pale skin. She was a healer, a title once celebrated, now a curse. "You mustn't linger," she gasped, her voice a fragile whisper. "It's here. It's everywhere." Her eyes, wide and hollow, held a reflection of my own fear. I remember the warmth of her laughter, the way it would float through the air like a sweet breeze. Now, it was replaced by the chill of inevitability. The townsfolk had whispered of curses, of the horsemen, death, famine, war, and pestilence riding across the land. But what was a myth in the light of day? Now, as dusk settled like a thick, suffocating blanket, the whispers morphed into screams, echoing through the alleyways. I clutched my own cloak tightly around me, feeling the fabric damp against my sweat-soaked skin, a flimsy barrier against the encroaching darkness. And then there was Elias, my brother, a soldier turned philosopher, an absurd mix of bravado and despair. He had always been the brave one, the protector. Yet today, he wandered the streets with the weight of the world carved into his brows. "You're a fool to be here," he spat, his frustration a tempest that threatened to break me. I remember his laughter, the way it would echo through our childhood home. But now, it felt like a distant memory, drowned by the wails of the dying. "I can't leave them," I said, my voice trembling, a fragile thread stretched too thin. "They need help." It was beyond me, this sense of duty, this overwhelming need to fight against the oncoming tide. But what was the cost? I could see the shadows creeping closer, feel them coiling around my ankles like hungry serpents. I remember the tales of knights who charged into battle, swords gleaming, hearts ablaze. Yet all I held was a simple bandage, a prayer. "Help!" Elias's laugh was bitter, laced with the poison of desperation. "What can you offer them? A handful of pity? A fool's hope?" The truth stung, and I wanted to lash out, but his words echoed in my mind, relentless. I could see the bodies piled high, a grotesque monument to our failures. I remembered how, in our youth, we would play at war, brandishing sticks as swords, oblivious to the true nature of suffering. But this was war, and the enemy was invisible, lurking in every shadow, every breath. In that moment, the world felt suffocating, like a noose tightening around my throat. Agatha fell to her knees, the weight of reality crashing down upon her. "We're all cursed," she sobbed, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "The horsemen do not discriminate, they ride for us all." The truth hung heavy in the air, thick with despair, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. A distant bell tolled, its haunting chime reverberating through the night. Each ring felt like a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I remembered my mother's stories, how she'd weave tales of resilience, of hope. But hope felt like a cruel joke now, a flickering candle threatening to extinguish. "Elias," I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. "We can't give in. We must fight. We owe it to them." I gestured towards the lifeless forms sprawled in the alleys, their vacant eyes staring into the abyss. They were once vibrant souls, now mere shadows lost in the void. Each face told a story, a mother, a father, a child, all snuffed out too soon. I wanted to scream, to rage against the darkness that had claimed them. Elias stepped closer, his gaze piercing. "And what if you fail? What if you become one of them?" The question hung between us, a thick fog of uncertainty. I could feel his breath, heavy with dread and resignation. In that moment, we were bound together by fear, two souls teetering on the brink of oblivion. But I remembered the laughter. I remembered the warmth of the sun on our faces, the joy of simply being alive. I remembered the stories that wove us together, the threads of love and resilience. We were not just bodies in a plague, we were the remnants of a people who had once thrived. "Then I will die trying," I declared, my voice rising above the cacophony of despair. It was war, and I would not be a passive spectator. I would not let the horsemen ride unchecked. Behind us, Agatha rose, her eyes fierce, an ember ignited in the ashes of despair. "Then let us fight," she said, her voice steadying. "Let us be the light amidst the shadows." I could feel the warmth of her spirit, a beacon in the gathering gloom. Together, we turned towards the dying town, the flicker of hope igniting in our chests. The horsemen might come, but they would find us ready, unyielding. We would wield our humanity as a weapon, our resolve as armor. The night was still thick with dread, the shadows long and haunting, but we would carve our path through the darkness. As we stepped forward, the clock's relentless ticking echoed in my ears, a reminder that time was both our enemy and our ally. The world was spinning, the universe indifferent, yet here we stood, three flawed souls, bound by purpose, dancing on the edge of ruin. And the horsemen would remember us, if only for a fleeting moment, as we refused to be mere victims. Lightning crackled across the sky, a jagged scar illuminating the night momentarily, and in that fleeting instant, I caught a glimpse of her face, twisted in terror as if she could see the thunderous hoofbeats echoing through the dark. The air was thick with the scent of rain and something more acrid, something that had been brewing beneath the surface of our lives, waiting, watching, like the harbingers of doom that we had only whispered about in our darkest moments. Aidan stood at the edge of the balcony, gripping the rail so tightly his knuckles whitened under the strain, staring into the storm with eyes that had seen too much. The world below him felt distant, irrelevant, as if he was suspended in a void, teetering on the brink of something monumental. I could hear his heart pounding from where I stood, its rhythm a frantic echo of my own, a reminder that we were alive even as the shadows loomed ever closer. "I can't do this," he gasped, his breath a shivering whisper carried away by the wind. "What if the horsemen come for us, Evie? What if they see?" I stepped closer, grounding myself with the weight of the moment, the weight of our fears colliding like storm clouds overhead. "They're not real," I said, though the tremor in my voice betrayed me. "It's just stories. Just old legends." But as soon as the words left my lips, I felt the chill wrap around me, and the flickering shadows danced like phantoms across the walls of our dimly lit apartment. I could almost hear their laughter, a cruel, mocking sound that echoed from the depths of time. I remembered my father's stories, the way the horsemen were woven into the fabric of our lives, how we'd always brushed them aside, believing ourselves to be safe, untouchable. But safety was a cruel illusion, and now the storm raged outside, a cacophony of chaos that threatened to drown us. Aidan turned to me, his eyes wild, pleading. What if they do come? What if this is the moment we've been waiting for? What if, stop it? I cut him off, a surge of frustration rising like bile in my throat. You're scaring yourself over nothing. It's just the rain, just the thunder. Stop letting the old stories haunt you. But deep down, I could feel the threads of those stories tightening around us, wrapping us in a web so fine, yet so strong. I remembered the time Linda, our friend, had joked about the Four Horsemen appearing in our lifetime, how they'd ride through the cities, leaving devastation in their wake. We'd laughed then, oblivious to the dark undercurrents that had begun to seep into our lives: disease, despair, hunger. Look at us, Aidan said, his voice trembling. We're just sitting here, watching the world end outside our window. We're waiting for something to happen. I wanted to scream at him, tell him he was wrong. Yet every pulse in my body screamed in agreement. I remembered the news reports, the images of chaos and despair, of people rioting in the streets, of the skies burning, of the shadows flickering like ghosts in the periphery of our lives. We were the generation caught in the crossfire, the children of a world that had forgotten how to dream, how to hope. We can't let them in, I murmured, almost pleading with myself as much as him. We have to keep them at bay. But as I gazed into his eyes, I saw the fire of desperation reflected back, the embers of a man who wanted to fight, who wanted to believe he could do something, anything, before the end of it all. It frightened me, the hunger for heroism when the world so desperately craved hope. Evie. His voice was steady now, filled with a raw intensity that sent shivers racing down my spine. What if we're the ones meant to stand against them? Those stories were written for a reason, right? The storm outside roared in response, the thunder shaking our very foundations, and I felt as if the universe itself was laughing at our hopelessness. The horsemen were not just fiction, they were the shadows of our reality, the embodiment of every fear we buried deep beneath the surface. I remember, I whispered, and the memories flooded back, old dreams of a time when the world felt safe, when we could laugh at shadows instead of running from them. I remember when we thought we were invincible. But invincibility was a lie. The truth was we were fragile, like glass, ready to shatter under the weight of our own expectations, our own fears. I took a step back, the weight of the moment pressing down on me, an oppressive darkness that wouldn't relent. They're coming, Aidan said, his voice suddenly fierce, a declaration that rang with conviction. We can't just wait. We have to face them. We have to fight back. His words ignited a fire in my chest, a reckless sense of bravery that threatened to spill over. But how? How do we fight what we can't even see? Together, he replied, the word a lifeline thrown into the stormy seas of despair. If we face them together, maybe we can turn the tide. The wind howled outside, a fierce reminder of the chaos waiting to erupt. My heart thundered in my chest, a drumbeat of anxious anticipation, and I could feel the weight of history pressing on my shoulders, a history written in blood, in fear, in the relentless march of time. Together, I echoed, a soft promise that reverberated between us, a thread binding two souls against the darkness. And in that moment, as the storm outside raged on, we stood united, two warriors of the night, ready to confront the shadows that loomed ever closer. The horsemen were coming, and we would not cower in the face of death. We would rise, armed with our hope, our love, our unyielding desire to reclaim our world. With every heartbeat, the storm swirled around us, the air thick with anticipation, and I could almost feel the ground tremble beneath the weight of their approach. The end was just beginning. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime echoing down the empty corridors of a crumbling castle. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering in the dim light of a solitary torch. I stood at the threshold, heart hammering, a chill creeping up my spine. The air was thick with the stench of damp stone and fear, a palpable tension that hung like a noose ready to tighten. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful cry, a warning, perhaps, of what lay ahead. I could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing in my ears, they came on horseback, the harbingers of doom. I remember the first time I learned about them, the Four Horsemen. Conquest, war, famine, and death. Names that should be mere words in history books, yet they felt alive, thrumming with menace. Each one was a shadow, a spectre that haunted the corners of my mind. And here I was, facing my own horseman, the embodiment of political turmoil that had bled through the centuries. The wind gusted again, as if the universe was reminding me of the fragility of life, the weight of history pressing down like a leaden cloak. Then there was Ilara, her fierce spirit wrapped in layers of defiance. She stood across the room, eyes ablaze, a warrior in a land that had long forgotten what bravery was. Her fingers grazed the hilt of her sword, the metal cool against her skin. "They will come for us," she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of her fears. "They always do." I watched her, caught between admiration and hopelessness. I wanted to tell her that her fire could light the darkest night, but the flames always scorched. Every choice she made, every person she loved was an ember that could ignite a wildfire of pain. And then there was Soellen, his face a mask of uncertainty, haunted by his own demons. He was not a warrior like Ilara, yet he carried a battle in his heart, a struggle against the very powers that would use him as a pawn. "What if we're wrong?" he asked, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "What if fighting leads us to our end?" I could feel the weight of his doubt, wrapping around him like chains, dragging him into the abyss. The clock ticked louder, counting down to a confrontation that felt inevitable. I wanted to scream at him, "Fight! Fight for what's right!" But his eyes, filled with sorrow, told me he wasn't sure if there was anything left worth fighting for. The room was charged with an intensity that crackled like electricity, a moment suspended in time. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, urging us toward a climax that would either shatter us or free us. I felt the pull of the past tighten around my throat, memories swirling like ghosts we couldn't escape. Politicians cloaked in their lies, soldiers marching to the rhythm of bloodshed, famine lurking in the corners waiting to claim its toll. Outside, the moon cast a pallid glow over the battlefield, illuminating the dark shapes of the horses, silent, powerful, their breath fogging the chill night air. They were a symbol of every war fought, every dream crushed beneath the weight of ambition. I could almost hear the clang of swords and the cries of the fallen, the echoes of a history that refused to rest. I remember the stories my mother told me, Ilara said, her voice a fragile whisper. She spoke of a hero who stood against the tide and changed the course of fate. But heroes are just tales, aren't they? Her vulnerability cut through the darkness like a shard of glass. I wanted to reassure her, to say that every small act of courage mattered, but the silence swallowed my words. Soellen stepped forward, the shadow of doubt still clinging to him. "What if we're not heroes? What if we're just pawns in a game too large for us to comprehend?" His words crashed against the walls, reverberating like a storm, each syllable puncturing the fragile hope that hung in the air. The tension thickened, a noose tightening around our collective throat. We were standing on the precipice of destiny, and the abyss stared back, hungry for our surrender. I felt the enormity of it all, the choices that had led us to this moment, the lives intertwined in a desperate dance of survival. Would Ilara take her stand, sword raised against the ghosts of past tyrannies? Would Soellen find the strength to step beyond his fear and embrace the fight? The clock, relentless, ticked on, counting down to our fate, as if mocking our uncertainty. A howl echoed through the night, piercing the stillness, a harbinger of what was to come. "They are coming," Ilara breathed, her eyes glistening with a mixture of dread and resolve. I felt my heart race, the pulse of history coursing through me, demanding recognition. This was not just a battle of swords and shields, it was a clash of ideals, a war waged across time and memory. Our souls were the horses galloping through the chaos of history, each of us carrying the weight of the world on our backs. We were bound by our flaws, our fears, and yet, in that fragile moment, there was also a flicker of hope, an ember waiting for the breath of courage to ignite. I remember a time when I thought history was a distant echo, something to be read in books and forgotten. But standing here, surrounded by the ghosts of those who had come before, I understood, history is alive, it breathes, it fights, it bleeds. It is a wild horse, untamed and fierce, charging toward a destiny unknown. And just as that thought settled into my mind, the door burst open, revealing figures cloaked in darkness, their intentions a shroud of dread. The storm was upon us. The horsemen had arrived. Time seemed to fracture, and I held my breath, waiting for the moment when everything would change. The climax was near, and like a heartbeat, we were all bound to it, our fates intertwined, racing toward the precipice of the unknown. The air was thick with ash, a choking fog that hung like a curtain between the dying sun and the remnants of a world once vibrant. I stood in the ruins of what was once our community, a sprawling city with laughter echoing off the walls, where children danced in the streets and the last rays of summer kissed our skin. Now, it felt like a graveyard, silence settling heavily on my shoulders, whispering secrets of despair. I remember the day it all changed. I was with Clara, her hair a wild halo of copper catching the sunlight, her laughter a melody that now felt haunting. The sky was blue then, almost too perfect, but a storm brewed, one we didn't see coming. Look, she had pointed, her eyes wide with joy, knowing I was hopelessly enchanted by the beauty of the world. Isn't it beautiful? But just beyond the horizon, the clouds gathered like a fist, dark and foreboding, ready to unleash hell. Now, as I sifted through the ruins, the remnants of our lives scattered like brittle leaves, I felt her absence like a phantom limb. Clara had always been the one to see hope, the one to pull me from the depths of my own despair. But in those moments, shattered glass reflecting the dying light, shadows creeping like nightmares, I couldn't find her. The very earth we stood on was dying, and she had tried to fight it. I clenched the remnant of a family photograph, crumpled and yellowed, the faces of my loved ones smiling out at me from a time when the world was not a wasteland. They were gone, sacrificed to the horsemen, the harbingers of our catastrophe. Each one symbolized a force we had dared to ignore, pestilence feasting on the weak, war tearing families apart, famine gnawing at our bellies, and death. Death was everywhere now, lurking behind every corner, laughing softly at our futile struggle. "Lucas!" A voice sliced through the thick silence, and I turned, my heart racing. It was Sam, his eyes wild with a mixture of terror and determination. "They're coming!" Panic dripped from his words like rain from a broken roof. He stumbled over the debris, his hands trembling. "We need to leave." But where could we go? The city had become a cage, barbed wire, broken glass, and the ghosts of our dreams trapped within its confines. The horsemen had stolen our home, replaced it with fear and uncertainty. "Sam, what are you talking about?" I shot back, trying to anchor myself in reality. "Who's coming?" "The scavengers." He spat the word like it was poison. "They're not just after supplies anymore. They want us." I felt my stomach twist, a familiar dread curling around my insides. The scavengers had become legends, monstrous shadows whispering among the desperate. They were said to hunt not just for food but for souls, for the last remnants of joy in a world grown barren. They can't, but the words faltered, choked by the rising tide of fear. "The horsemen have made them bold," Sam said, his eyes wide, reflecting my panic. "They know we're weak. They smell it." And in that moment, we both understood, this was it. The end of hope. The last breath before the plunge into darkness. I remember the first time we spoke of the horsemen, Clara's voice filled with a mix of strategy and fear. "We have to fight them," she insisted, her spirit unyielding. "We have to find a way." "But how do you fight against shadows? How do you combat a storm of your own making?" "Lucas!" Sam's voice broke through the haze of my memories, pulling me back. "We need to move now, or we'll be the next victims." With a nod, I followed him through the skeletal remains of our once bustling neighborhood. The air crackled with urgency, with a weight of unspoken fears. Every step was a drumbeat of desperation, an echo of the lives we had lost, the dreams we had cradled in our hearts only to have them ripped away. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching like gnarled fingers, reaching out to clutch us. "Do you remember?" Sam started, but he trailed off, the weight of memory pressing down. I could see it in his eyes, flashes of laughter, faces long gone, moments that had slipped through our fingers like grains of sand. "I remember," I said, pushing through the fog of grief that threatened to drown us. I remember when we thought we could save this place. He stared at me, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. I remember too. But that was before they came. And just like that, the darkness manifested. A roar erupted behind us, voices full of malice, laughter that clawed at the edges of sanity. The scavengers had found us, emboldened by the chaos, driven by their own desperation. The horsemen had fed their hunger, turning man against man, and we were the prey. Run! We sprinted, hearts pounding a frantic rhythm against our ribs, knowing that every second counted, that the shadows behind us were growing fangs. The streets, once our sanctuary, became a labyrinth of despair. A clock ticking down to our end. Lucas! Sam shouted, but the world fragmented around us. I heard voices, laughter twisted into screams, and through it all, Clara's face flickered in my mind, a beacon of light in a world gone dark. Clara! I cried out, but the sound was swallowed by the chaos. As the storm of scavengers closed in, I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, alive, roaring, pleading. Could we fight? Could we reclaim what was lost, or were we merely puppets tangled in the strings of fate? I felt the weight of every life lost, every dream silenced, a cacophony of voices urging us forward, thrusting us into the maelstrom of uncertainty. With each heartbeat, I felt the echoes of the horsemen, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows parted, revealing not just despair, but a flicker of something else, resilience. And as the darkness closed in, I knew this was not the end. This was only the beginning of a new fight, a desperate dance against the tides of destruction that sought to claim us. And so we ran, fueled by the ghosts of our past, into the night thick with ash and the promises of a new dawn. The clock ticked, its hands frozen at a time where everything slipped through the cracks, 3:17 a.m., just past the witching hour. The air in the dimly lit room felt thick, as if the very walls were suffocating. I could hear her whispers, a cascade of fears and doubts spilling from her lips, each word a dagger that pierced the fragile veil of our reality. Marissa stood by the window, her silhouette framed by the flickering street lamp outside, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the walls. She was trembling, not just from the cold, but from the weight of the world, a burden she carried alone, yet shared with me in this moment of collective despair. "Do you ever think we're just pawns in their game?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. It was a question that echoed in the hollow spaces of existence, reverberating with the weight of philosophical dread. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt mingling with a desperate hope. That we're nothing more than players in a twisted play. What if the Four Horsemen are already riding, and we're too blind to see? The horsemen, death, war, famine, and conquest, loomed like specters in our minds, their shadows stretching across the landscape of our thoughts. They were not merely figures of mythology, they were the relentless truths of our existence. Marissa feared them, and I felt the same terror clawing at my insides. My heart raced, a drum echoing in a desolate battlefield, where the stakes were high and the outcomes shrouded in darkness. "I remember the day we thought we had it all figured out," I replied, my voice low, shaky. I remembered the laughter, the fleeting moments of joy that felt permanent, like summer days that never turned to fall. But with each passing day, the clarity faded, replaced by the ghosts of existential dread. But now I question everything. What if we're just chasing illusions? The city outside wasn't sleeping, it was alive with the pulse of desperation. Sirens wailed in the distance, a mournful melody that mingled with the chaos of our thoughts. I could almost see the horsemen riding through the streets, their hooves pounding the pavement like the rhythm of our hearts, unrelenting, unforgiving. War was everywhere, lurking beneath the surface, it whispered in the night, inviting conflict into our lives, pitting neighbor against neighbor in a dance of shadows. Famine was a specter, too, an insatiable hunger gnawing at our souls, forcing us to question the very fabric of our existence. Marissa's eyes glistened with unshed tears, each droplet a testament to the fragility of our hope. "What if we're just a whisper in the void?" she asked, her voice cracking under the weight of her thoughts. "What if our lives are nothing but a footnote in some cosmic ledger?" I reached for her, my fingers brushing against hers, an electric connection that sparked something greater than fear. But we are here, I insisted, a plea wrapped in desperation. We exist. Even if it's just for a moment, we matter. Even if it's just this. But the darkness was a relentless tide, pulling us under, each wave crashing against the walls of our resolve. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, the creeping sense of futility clawing at my sanity. And what of death? I pressed, knowing it was the most potent of the horsemen. Does it even matter? We all end up there, don't we? But it's the journey, the chaos, the moments in between that haunt us. Marissa's hand trembled in mine, a lifeline in a storm. But what if we're not even living? What if we're just existing? Her voice choked, and the walls seemed to close in, the air thick with our unspoken fears. The cosmos felt vast and indifferent, a swirling abyss that mocked our struggles. In the suffocating silence, I thought of the ticking clock, each second a reminder of our mortality. I remember the stories they told us as children, tales of heroism and redemption, I murmured, my thoughts spiraling into the depths of nostalgia. But those stories, they were never real, were they? Just pretty lies wrapped in gold foil that eventually tarnished. Outside, the street lamp flickered again, casting shadows that danced like lost souls searching for a way home. We can't change the world, I said, my voice barely audible, swallowed by the void of despair. But maybe we can find our own meaning in the madness. The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of our reality fraying at the edges. I could feel the horsemen lurking, their presence a tangible weight. What if we're meant to confront them? I asked, my heart racing with the thrill of rebellion. What if we're meant to challenge the very nature of existence? Marissa's gaze turned fierce, the flicker of defiance igniting within her. You think we have the power, she shot back, her voice edged with fury and fear. The power to rewrite our narratives? To turn the tide of this damn game? Yes, I breathed, the word bursting forth like a dam breaking. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not about winning or losing, but about fighting back against the inevitability of it all. She stepped closer, the shadows shifting around us, enveloping us in a cocoon of raw intensity. Then let's fight, let's scream, let's carve out our own stories in this chaotic universe. The world outside continued its relentless march, and I could feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat that resonated with our own. Together, we stood at the precipice of despair, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The horsemen might ride, but we would not go quietly into the night. And as we clung to each other, the fear might still linger, but so did a flicker of hope, an ember waiting to ignite a fire that could light the darkness. As the clock ticked on, we turned to face the shadows, determined to break free from the chains of fate. In that moment, we were alive, and for all the chaos that enveloped us, we would not back down. The horsemen could come, but we would rise, ready to challenge the very fabric of existence itself. The air was thick, suffocating, the kind of weight that bends the spine and steals the breath. In the distance, a deafening roar shattered the silence, a sound that wasn't just heard but felt, quivering through the bones. It was the sound of conflict, a symphony of destruction and despair, and standing there, heart racing, was MIA, her hands trembling as she clutched the photograph, a simple snapshot of a world that seemed to have vanished overnight. In that image, her brother Samuel smiled, carefree, unburdened by the chaos that now enveloped them. How could that boy, with his bright eyes and laughter, be gone? How could innocence dissolve in the flames of war? I remember the shadows creeping across the ground, stretching long and dark as the sun dipped below the horizon. I remember the faces, everyone haunted by loss, everyone a ghost of what once was. MIA could see the fear in their eyes, the way they darted around like trapped birds, desperate for escape. She was one of them, a survivor living in a world stripped of peace. She could feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of a dying dream that once promised hope and happiness. Across the rubble-strewn street, a figure appeared, Elias. He was a soldier, but not one of those who wore a uniform with pride. No, he wore his weariness like a cloak, heavy and soaked in sorrow. The war had carved deep lines into his face, turning youth into an echo of what it should have been. He moved with purpose, but within him, chaos churned. He had signed up to protect, to save lives, but how many had he taken? His hands, once steady, now shook at the thought of the blood that stained them. Every face of the fallen haunted him, whispering in the dark corners of his mind. "I remember," Elias said one night, his voice low, raw like an open wound. "I remember the first time I had to pull the trigger. I thought I was saving my country, but all I did was unleash hell." He stared into the distance, as if searching for something he could never find. "I can still hear them." Emma listened, her heart in her throat. She understood the ghosts that chased him, for hers were no less relentless. Every day she watched the news, each report a dagger twisting in her chest. The world turned its back as cities crumbled and lives were shattered. How could it be that Samuel was gone? How could it be that she was still standing, still fighting? The night was thick with tension as they met again under the flickering light of a street lamp, a beacon in the gloom. The air buzzed with unsaid words, with the weight of two souls tangled in a dance of survival. "War is like a thief," Elias said, voice barely a whisper. "It creeps in when you're not looking, steals everything you hold dear, and leaves you with a haunting echo of what was." "I wish I could see him again," Mia confessed, tears blurring her vision. "I wish I could hear his laughter one more time." The silence that followed was heavy, filled with unspoken truths and shared grief. They were two broken pieces of a shattered puzzle, desperately searching for a way to fit, to find solace in the ruins of their lives. Somewhere in the distance, the clock tower told midnight, its haunting chimes echoing through the desolation. Time, relentless and cruel, marched on, yet for Mia and Elias, it stood still, caught in a web of memories that taunted them. The world continued to spin, indifferent to their pain, while they remained trapped in this moment, bound by the invisible chains of loss. "I remember," Elias began again, his voice trembling. "The feel of the sun on my face before it all changed. I remember laughing with my friends, planning our futures, dreaming of the impossible. But now," his voice cracked like fragile glass. "Now it's just ashes and shadows." Mia reached out, her fingers brushing against his, a fragile connection in a world torn apart. "We can't let them win," she said, her voice fierce yet trembling. "We have to remember every name, every smile, every life stolen too soon. We are the voices of the forgotten. We owe it to them to fight." But how do you fight when your heart is a battlefield, when every breath feels like a surrender? The weight of despair pressed down, a suffocating blanket of grief that threatened to consume them. Around them, the city lay in ruins, a testament to the devastation wrought by conflict. Buildings that once reached for the sky now stood as skeletal remains, each shattered window a lost dream. In the cracks of the pavement, wildflowers struggled to bloom, resilient in their quest for life amid the ashes. They were the embodiment of hope, defiant against the darkness that sought to engulf them. Mia and Elias stood in the midst of it all, two warriors of grief, united by their pain yet burdened by their pasts. The haunting echoes of war whispered around them, a relentless reminder of what they had lost and what remained to be fought for. With each heartbeat, they drew closer to a confrontation, not just with each other but with the ghosts that lingered in their minds. "I remember the day everything changed," Mia said, her voice trembling but steadfast. "I remember the moment I realized that love cannot be taken, it can only be transformed. Even in the depths of despair, I have to believe that Samuel lives on through me, through the love that binds us, even in death." Elias nodded, the weight of her words settling in the hollow spaces of his heart. "And I will carry the weight of those I lost," he vowed. "Not as a burden, but as a testament to their existence. We will be their voices." In that moment, beneath the shattered sky, they forged an unbreakable bond, a commitment to remember, to fight, and to love fiercely in a world that seemed intent on tearing them apart. They were a flicker in the darkness, a reminder that even amidst war's horrors, humanity could still find a way to rise. And as the city lay silent around them, the echoes of their hearts intertwined, weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience. This was just the beginning, the first spark in a conflagration that would light the way for others lost in the shadows, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable darkness, love would endure, a flame that could not be extinguished by war. The sun hung low in the sky, a swollen, angry orb spilling its last rays over the city, illuminating the cracked pavements and peeling paint of a forgotten neighborhood. A child sat on the curb, her knees drawn to her chest, dirt streaking her cheeks, eyes wide and hollow. Hunger gnawed at her insides, a ravenous beast that yanked her thoughts into a dark abyss, where dreams faded and hope turned brittle. Around her, shadows danced, casting shapes of despair and fear, as if the very air crackled with the desperation of lives lived at the edge of survival. I remember the sound of a distant wail, sharp and piercing, slicing through the heavy veil of silence. It was a sound I was becoming too familiar with. The cries of mothers, the echoes of loss that wrapped around you like a shroud, tightening until you could barely breathe. A woman named Elena stood in the doorway of what used to be a grocery store, now merely a hollow shell. Her fingers fidgeted with the tattered hem of her dress, an old relic of better times. She had a fire in her heart, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Yet, every day, that flame dimmed, and the shadows grew taller. "Elena," I whispered, my voice trembling as if even the air was heavy with her sorrow. She turned, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and for an instant, I saw her, unbroken, fierce, a lioness defending her cubs. But then the weight of reality pressed down, folding her spirit like a paper crane crushed in a child's fist. Her son, a bright-eyed boy named Matteo, was lost in the chaos of a world transformed into a battleground of scarcity. He was hungry, always hungry. I could see it in the way he clutched his stomach, his little hands gripping the fabric of his shirt as if holding on to something tangible, something real amidst the swirling void. I remember the nights, thick with tension, when the city's heartbeat slowed to a dull thrum. We sat together, huddled around a flickering candle in the corner of her cramped apartment, shadows stretching tall against the walls. "What will we feed him?" she asked, her voice a fragile thing, breaking under the weight of her fears. "The handouts? The scraps?" I could hear her heart cracking, splintering like glass beneath the relentless strain of starvation. The desperation was palpable, a rancid taste in the air that made my throat dry. Time felt cruel and relentless, a clock ticking down to an inevitable reckoning. "Maybe it will rain," I offered, half-heartedly. Rain meant crops, hope, at least, that's what the old stories told us. But even as the words left my lips, I knew they were empty. The skies had turned to iron, withholding their bounty, a cosmic joke played at our expense. Each day felt like a battle lost before it even began. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into her gaze, eroding the small embers of hope that refused to flicker out entirely. Matteo, unaware of the adult burdens looming over him, made a game of catching fireflies outside their door. His laughter was a haunting melody, a stark contrast to the gnawing silence of the world around us. "Mom! Look," he'd shout, holding out his tiny palm, a fragile prison for the glowing specks of light. In those moments, the world slipped away, if only for a heartbeat. But the darkness was ever present, lurking just beyond the flickering glow, waiting to swallow us whole. Then came the day the sirens wailed louder than any before. The city was a powder keg, and we were the kindling. I remember the chaos, the rush of bodies, the screams of panic. People ran like ants, scattering from the threat of violence, the promise of ruin. And in the midst of it all, Elena held Matteo tightly, her face set with determination. "We won't let them take you," she shouted, but I could see the cracks forming, the fear bubbling beneath her bravado. I felt it, too, a deep-seated dread that clung to my skin like a second layer, the unshakable belief that this was only the beginning. As we sought refuge, the streets became a maze of anxiety and fear, a cacophony of desperate voices clashing against the backdrop of collapsing dreams. It was then that I witnessed the truth of famine, not just a lack of food, but a hunger for dignity, for stability, for hope. People clawing at the remnants of their humanity, their compassion battling against the instinct to survive at any cost. The haunting faces of the lost, shadows that spiraled through the chaos, echoed the deepest fears lodged in my heart. And we ran. Together, we ran. But with every step, I could feel the weight of Elena's despair pressing down, a reality that squeezed the breath from my lungs. The city was alive with ghosts of the past, memories of laughter and love, now only haunting echoes in a desperate landscape where life had bartered with death. The walls seemed to close in, suffocating, as the spectre of famine loomed overhead, casting a pall of dread. "Is this how it ends?" I thought, the question hanging heavy in the air. As we navigated the crumbling streets, I could see the signs of desperation etched into the faces of strangers, each one a mirror reflecting our own fears, our own fragility. It was a collective ache, a symphony of sorrow that wove us together, binding us in an unspoken understanding. We were all fighting the same ghost, we were all haunted by the same hunger. Those moments, filled with raw and unfiltered emotion, tethered us to one another. We were more than just survivors, we were witnesses to the profound tragedy of existence, standing united against the relentless tide of despair. And as I held Elena's hand, our knuckles white with the grip of fear, I understood this was a story that had no end. It was a loop, a cycle of struggle and resilience, weaving its way through the fabric of time, waiting for a spark to ignite the flame of change. And in that moment, amidst the cacophony of despair, I felt alive, the pulse of possibility beating beneath the surface. This wasn't just about hunger, this was about the human spirit refusing to surrender, even when the world threatened to swallow it whole. The clock tower struck midnight, its heavy chime slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh. There was a crack in the air, tense and electric, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable storm to break. I stood there, heart pounding, the shadows of the night closing in. The air tasted of iron and dread, a reminder that death was not a distant phantasm but an omnipresent spectre lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. In that fragile moment, I saw them, the horsemen. They emerged from the fog, figures draped in cloaks that whispered dark secrets, their steeds snorting plumes of steam into the icy night. Each one embodied a force that echoed through history, through every heart that dared to dream, to love, to live. War, famine, pestilence, each name resonated like a death knell, each one a reminder of the chaos that lay within the human soul. I remember the first time I read about them, youthful ignorance painted their images in bold strokes of fear and excitement. But now, standing here, I felt the cold grip of reality. These weren't just characters in a dusty tome, they were specters of our own making, manifestations of our darkest fears. Among them was an ethereal figure, Famine, hauntingly beautiful yet grotesque. Her eyes were hollow, sunken into her skull, reflecting the agony of countless souls lost in the relentless pursuit of sustenance. She was a mirror held up to our own insatiable greed, the relentless consumerism that gnawed at the fabric of society, but the truth cut deep. What if she was simply a manifestation of our own inadequacies? I felt her gaze pierce through my defenses, and for a moment, I was the starving child, the empty plate at the table, the crushing weight of hunger clawing at my insides. And then there was War, a man clad in blood-red armor, every scar on his body telling tales of battles fought and lives ravaged. He was the embodiment of rage and power, an intoxicating force that called to the primal instincts buried deep within us. I could see the conflict brewing within him. He was both a savior and a destroyer, a hero and a monster. I could feel the war within me, the desire to fight, to protect, yet the overwhelming fear of what that fight might bring. "Do you hear the drums?" he taunted, his voice gravelly and raw, echoing in the silence. "They beckon you to join, to rise with the tide of blood and glory." But what glory lay in ruin? My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, fear, longing, despair. I remember the echoes of history woven into these figures, the threads of countless lives that had intersected with their paths. Each one a whisper of despair, each story a ghost weaving through the fabric of time. The thought gnawed at me, what if, in pursuing our dreams, we unwittingly called forth our own nightmares? The night thickened, and I could feel pestilence creeping closer, a shroud of sickness that twisted the air with a stench of decay. He wore a mask, a grotesque parody of protection, while beneath it lay a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "The world is filthy, isn't it?" he murmured, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. "We are but carriers of our own demise." Each word dripped with the weight of truth. He was the reflection of our mortality, a reminder that for every moment of joy, there lurked a shadow. I could feel the tension building, the air thick with unresolved conflict. It gripped my throat, squeezing tighter with every passing heartbeat. I was trapped in a web of fear and desire, a dance with shadows that I could not escape. But then, amid the chaos, a flicker of light, Death, the final horseman, stood quietly at the edge of the gathering. He was not fierce, he was calm, almost serene. I felt a deep yearning for his embrace, a longing for release from the ceaseless turmoil of life. "Why do you fear me?" he asked, his voice a soft lullaby amidst the cacophony. "I am not an end, but a passage." His words wrapped around me, an intoxicating balm that soothed the jagged edges of my soul. I thought of all the moments I had wasted, the times I had feared love, loss, life itself. What if I had embraced the darkness rather than cower from it? What if I had danced with the shadows instead of running? The confrontation was inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon of my heart. The horsemen circled, their intentions unclear, yet their presence was suffocating. I felt like a moth drawn to the flame, knowing fully well the potential for destruction but unable to resist the allure of what lay beyond fear. The night was alive with tension, the city a ghostly backdrop, each window a watching eye, each street a memory haunting. I remember standing there, breath held, heart racing, caught in the web of fate and choice. Each horseman represented a piece of my own struggle, a reflection of the battles I waged within myself. War, famine, pestilence, and death, they were not merely figures of folklore, they were me, and I was them. The air crackled with unspoken words, with promises and threats lurking in the shadows. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders, the relentless pull of time, the dance of the cosmos surrounding us. The stars watched, silent witnesses to the turmoil of humanity, their distant light a reminder of what was lost and what could still be gained. As the confrontation drew closer, the darkness whispered sweet nothings, taunting me with the promise of release, of understanding. And as the shadows closed in, I knew this was not just a moment, it was the very essence of existence, a perpetual cycle of suffering and hope. Each heartbeat echoed through the night, a reminder that the story of the horseman was far from over. It was a loop, a continuum that pressed against the edges of reality, binding us all in its embrace. And in that moment, standing on the precipice of fear and desire, I realized that the battle was not just theirs, it was mine. A cold wind swept through the abandoned city, sending whispers spiraling through the cracked alleyways and empty storefronts. The moon hung low, a ghostly shroud illuminating the scene, casting shadows that danced like lost souls. My heart raced, each thud echoing against the silence, reminding me of the gravity of the night. Tonight was Judgment Night. Lydia stood at the edge of what had once been a bustling market square, her breath coming in quick, frantic gasps. She was a tempest of emotion, fear, rage, desperation, a storm swirling inside her, threatening to consume her whole. "They said it would be peaceful," she muttered, her gaze darting across the darkened landscape, searching for a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching dread. But hope was a fleeting ghost in this place, a cruel trick played by memory. To them, maybe, a voice broke through her turmoil. Sam, his presence a heavy weight beside her, leaned against a crumbling wall, his arms crossed defensively. But they never meant for it to be peaceful for us. His eyes were hollow, haunted by the past, reflecting every mistake, every misstep. The flickering street lamp above them cast a sickly yellow hue, illuminating the deep lines etched across his brow. "We're just pawns in their game, you know." The air thickened, heavy with unspoken words, and Lydia felt the familiar weight of despair settle in her chest. "Pawns," she whispered, tasting the bitterness of the word. "What happens when the horsemen arrive?" The question hung between them, suspended like a breath held too long, the answer lurking just beyond the edge of consciousness. "I remember the stories," Sam said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The horsemen come to collect. They're not here to negotiate." His gaze turned steely, an ember of resolve igniting. "They're here to remind us of our failures, our sins." With each heartbeat, the tension wound tighter, a noose of anticipation that threatened to suffocate. Memories surged like tidal waves, crashing against the shore of her mind, flashes of laughter, shadows of regret, moments that clawed at her spirit. "I remember," she murmured, "the day we thought we could change everything. The day we believed we could fight back." The city had once brimmed with life, a cacophony of voices, bustling markets, and children playing in the streets. But now? Now, it was a graveyard of dreams, a testament to the cost of ambition and hope. She sensed the ghosts of former selves in every corner, lost aspirations echoing silently against the crumbling walls. A distant rumble broke the silence, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Sam's eyes widened, and panic flickered across his features. "It's starting," he breathed, the weight of inevitability crashing down around them. The skies darkened further, swirling with storm clouds that seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on the dread below. They had been warned, of course. The prophecies carved into the stone, the hushed conversations in shadowed taverns, it all led to this. The horsemen were not mere specters, they were representations of their darkest fears, their most profound failures personified. War, famine, pestilence, and death, for shadows that clung to their souls, waiting to claim their due. "I can't face them," Lydia said, her voice cracking, the weight of her own limitations pressing down. "What if they come for us? What if we're not enough?" Her body trembled, the thought spiraling out of control, a tempest of despair that threatened to drown her. "Then we fight," Sam replied, determination flaring in his eyes. "We fight with everything we have." But as he spoke those words, a chill swept through the square, colder than the wind. Shapes emerged from the darkness, figures cloaked in shadows, each step reverberating in the stillness like the toll of a funeral bell. Lydia's breath caught in her throat as she recognized them, the horsemen, each embodying the very essence of their fears. War stood first, a spectre of chaos and destruction, armor glinting like shards of shattered dreams. The fury in his gaze ignited the air, a promise of violence that threatened to tear apart what little remained. Behind him, Famine loomed, skeletal and gaunt, a hollow shell of what once was, a reminder of empty plates and barren ground. Pestilence followed, a figure draped in decay, a scent of rot wafting through the air, promising illness and despair. And lastly, Death, a chilling presence, shrouded in darkness, wielding a scythe that gleamed with the weight of consequences. "Look at them," Lydia breathed, her heartbeat quickening. "They're real." Each figure, a living embodiment of the weight they carried, echoed the flaws and failures that had marred their lives, their choices. "What do we do?" "We confront them," Sam said, stepping forward, a flicker of bravado igniting his spirit. "We don't let them take us without a fight." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at her. "What if fighting isn't enough?" she asked, the fear spilling out of her. "What if we lose?" The shadows grew closer, and the shadows of her fears whispered in her ear. The square felt smaller, the weight of their impending doom pressed against her chest, suffocating her hope. "I remember," she murmured again, as the figures advanced, an overwhelming tide of darkness. "I remember when we were brave." But the horsemen were relentless, a surging wave of inevitability that threatened to consume them whole. Sam's hand gripped Lydia's tightly, grounding her against the storm of despair. "We hold on. We hold on to each other." And as the darkness descended, the air crackled with tension and fury, a storm of raw emotion unfurling like a flag caught in a whirlwind. The confrontation loomed, a heart-stopping dance with fate, where each choice cast ripples through time, a reminder that they were more than the sum of their fears. In that moment, the city was alive, the echoes of its past intertwining with their present, and they stood at the precipice, ready to face whatever came next, a confrontation that would rewrite their story or mark the end of their fight. The horsemen were here, but so were they. And the battle was only just beginning. The hushed murmur of the crowd swelled into a low roar as the clock struck midnight. A single spotlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the figure on stage, a silhouette draped in shadows, trembling with an energy that could ignite 1,000 souls. The bass thumped in rhythm with the heartbeat of a city that never slept, but tonight, it felt different, thicker, charged with anticipation, as if the air itself held its breath. I remember the night the horsemen came. It wasn't just a performance, it was an invocation. They arrived like whispers in an empty room, sliding into our hearts, piercing through the layers of our mundane lives. What is music, really, if not a conduit for the echoes of our deepest fears and darkest joys? The horsemen, pestilence, war, famine, and death, danced on the edge of our consciousness, their specters threading the notes of our very being. On the left, there was Helena, her fingers trembling on the violin. She was a soul caught between the beauty of her art and the abyss of her past. I could see it in her eyes, the weight of memories clinging to her like a shroud. The violin sang as she played, each note a cry, each pause a breath, a moment stolen from the chaos of her life. In that instant, the world melted away. I saw her, not as she was, broken and raw, but as a vessel of emotion, pouring her heart into the air, bleeding her soul onto the stage. This was the power of the Horsemen. They didn't just influence music, they transformed it, twisted it into a reflection of our very existence. I remember the whispers of the crowd, how they swelled and weaved through the theater like tendrils of smoke, wrapping around her, urging her to unleash the tempest brewing inside. But she hesitated, fingers hovering just above the strings, as if the weight of the Horsemen themselves pressed down upon her. The fear of failure loomed large, an insurmountable shadow. The stage lights flickered, and in that moment, I could almost hear the Horsemen laughing, a soft, sinister sound that echoed through the rafters. Then, there was Jacob, a man who wore his scars like badges, a performer who had once danced with joy but now stumbled through the steps of his life, haunted by every choice he had ever made. He strummed the guitar with a rawness that cracked the air, each chord a desperate plea, each rhythm a haunting reminder of the past. His eyes held the glow of a fire long extinguished, but he fought against the darkness, fueled by a relentless passion. The Horsemen did not care for his struggles. They thrived on his pain, feeding off the anguish that seeped from his very being. As he sang, the words dripped from his lips like molten lava, scalding the hearts of the audience, igniting a fire that could not be contained. He poured his spirit into every note, a reckless abandon that drew us in, closer and closer, as if we too could touch the raw nerve of his sorrow. The air crackled, alive with tension, the thin line between ecstasy and despair blurring into a dizzying dance. I remember the moment when the music shifted, when the Horsemen descended, cloaked in shadows, their presence palpable. From the corner of my eye, I saw Helena's bow quiver, her heart racing as if it could shatter the strings of her violin. The music crescendoed, a symphony of chaos that shook the very foundation of our souls. The walls of the theater seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the Horsemen, a relentless rhythm that tugged at the very fabric of reality, a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. In that moment, everything fell away. The boundaries between us dissolved. I felt Helena's pain, Jacob's fear, a wave of collective heartbreak sweeping through the crowd like a tidal wave, pulling us under. Each note became a confession, a prayer, a desperate attempt to grasp at meaning in the chaos of existence. The Horsemen didn't just play with our hearts, they obliterated them, leaving nothing but raw emotion in their wake. Then came the climax, the moment when music became a weapon, a shield, a lifeline. Helena's fingers danced across the strings, igniting an inferno of sound that engulfed the stage. Jacob met her gaze, the unspoken bond between them a lifeline in the storm. I could see it, the flicker of hope igniting in the depths of their despair. The Horsemen watched, their shadows swirling, ready to consume or to release. As the final notes rang out, a reverberation that echoed through the very marrow of our bones, time seemed to stop. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that wrapped around us like a thick fog. I felt the weight of unspoken words, the lingering presence of the Horsemen, retreating only to leave behind a haunting reminder, we are all tethered to our fears and regrets. Music, like life, is a relentless cycle of creation and destruction. But even in that silence, I sensed something was shifting, transforming. The Horsemen may have influenced every heartbeat, every soul in that room, but they did not possess us. We were more than their puppets, we were creators, artists, and dreamers. As I stood there, caught in the electric air, I knew this moment would linger, a ghost that would haunt us, whispering truths about our existence long after the lights dimmed. I remember how we held our breath, how the music washed away the shadows, and how, in that fragile moment, we became infinite. And as the curtains drew closed, the Horsemen slipped away, leaving us trembling in the wake of their presence, craving more. More music, more pain, more catharsis. We were hooked, anchored to the very essence of life itself. The performance might have ended, but the influence of the Horsemen lingered, weaving its way into the fabric of our souls, forever connecting us to that night, that raw, spine-chilling revelation of what it means to create, to feel, and to truly live. A clock ticks, its hands moving in a slow, deliberate dance, each second echoing through the dimly lit room like the heartbeat of a wounded animal. In a corner, shadows whisper secrets, thick with the weight of unspoken fears. Here, in this small chamber, the air crackles with tension, as if the very walls are aware of the secrets they hold. I can feel it in my bones, the anticipation that something terrible is about to unfold. A chill crawls up my spine, mingling with the bitter taste of dread on my tongue. I remember the first time I saw her, Sarah, standing in the doorway, her silhouette sharp against the fading light. She was a ghost, a fleeting moment caught between the realms of reality and memory, her eyes haunted by flickers of something long lost. Behind her, the city hummed like a restless spirit, a living entity that thrived on fear, feeding off the anxiety that gripped its inhabitants. I watched her tremble, not from the cold, but from the shadows lurking just beyond her reach. Fear was a familiar companion, one that wrapped around her like a suffocating shroud, squeezing tighter with every breath. Then there was David, a man caught in the throes of his own despair, a walking contradiction with a heart that wanted to love but couldn't find the strength. He paced the room, his footsteps echoing like thunder, each stride fueled by a tempest of emotions, anger, regret, longing. His hands fisted at his sides, the very image of a man on the edge, tethered to a precipice. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope dimming against the tide of his fears, battling his demons in an internal war that seemed endless. I remember, he whispered, the words falling from his lips like broken glass, sharp and painful, cutting through the silence that enveloped us. Outside, the city was alive, vibrant, a symphony of chaos and order. But here, in this room, we were trapped in an echo chamber of our own making, a microcosm of humanity's darkest fears. The clock ticked on, a relentless reminder of time's cruel passage, each sound a countdown to the inevitable. We could feel it creeping closer, that specter we all tried to ignore, the haunting realization that our lives were nothing but a fragile illusion. Do you ever wonder, Sarah mused, her voice barely above a whisper, if fear is the only thing that's truly real? Her gaze was distant, lost somewhere in the labyrinth of her thoughts, and I could see the shadows playing across her face, a macabre theater of emotions. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of that abyss, but I was paralyzed, a silent observer in this twisted dance of despair. David's laughter broke the tension, a harsh, jagged sound that cut through the air like a knife. Fear isn't real, he scoffed, even as his eyes betrayed him, flickering like candle flames in a storm. It's just our minds playing tricks, a way to keep us from living. The irony hung heavy in the air, a bitter truth we all felt but dared not acknowledge. Then why are we here? I implored, my voice trembling, the question heavy with the weight of our collective dread. Why do we let it consume us? I felt the fear clawing at my throat, wrapping around my heart, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. It was as if we were caught in a never-ending loop, each moment stretching into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of our vulnerability. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the relentless ticking of the clock. Each second felt like an eternity, each breath a struggle against the oppressive weight of our fears. I could see the cracks forming in our fragile facade, the smiles fading, the laughter dying, leaving behind a hollow echo of what once was. Then, without warning, the walls began to close in. The shadows grew darker, more menacing, as if they were alive and hungry for our despair. We can't keep running from it, Sarah said, her voice trembling. We need to confront it, to face what we fear the most. The room crackled with a charged energy, her words igniting a spark of hope, mingling with the tension that suffocated us. David shook his head, his bravado faltering. What if we fail? What if confronting it only makes it worse? The fear in his voice was palpable, a raw wound laid bare before us. I understood then, the fear of failure was a beast of its own, a monster that lurked in the shadows, whispering lies that clawed at our sanity. I remember, I began, feeling the weight of my own memory surge to the surface, the ghosts of my past swirling around me like a tempest. I remember standing on the precipice, staring into the abyss, and the abyss staring back. It was terrifying, yes, but also liberating. I felt the words spill from my lips, a confession, a release, a glimpse into the depths of my own fears. The room erupted into chaos, voices overlapping, a cacophony of emotions rising like a tide. Each word was a dagger, cutting through the veneer we had built around ourselves, exposing the raw, aching truth hidden beneath. We were flawed, scarred, haunted, but we were alive, and perhaps that was enough. As the tension reached its zenith, I felt a shift, a crack in the wall that had held our fears at bay. The shadows retreated, if only for a moment, allowing a sliver of light to creep in, illuminating the darkness that had so long enveloped us. "We are not alone in this," I whispered, the realization washing over me like a wave of warmth. "Together, we can face whatever lies ahead." The clock continued its relentless ticking, an unyielding reminder of the fleeting nature of time, yet somehow, it felt different now, as if each tick carried the promise of change, of hope, of a new beginning. We were standing on the edge of something vast and terrifying, and for the first time, we were ready to confront it. Not with certainty, but with the raw, unfiltered courage that comes from accepting our humanity and the fears that bind us together. The shadows shifted, and in that moment, I understood that fear was not just an enemy, it was a part of us, entwined in the very fabric of our existence. The city outside continued to pulse and breathe, unaware of the battle raging within these four walls. We were alive, scarred and imperfect, and perhaps that was the only truth we needed to hold on to as we stood on the brink of the unknown, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us. The sky cracked open, a shard of lightning splitting the horizon, illuminating the cracked faces of those who had forgotten how to hope. In that moment, time shifted. I could feel the tension thrum through the air, an electric pulse like the ominous thumping of a heart on the edge of a precipice. The city loomed around me, a jagged silhouette against the bruised sky. The air tasted metallic, and the stench of rust and despair clung to my skin like a second layer. I stumbled forward, breath ragged, as the sirens wailed, a cacophony that twisted through the streets like a wounded animal. There, amidst the shadows, stood Lena, her eyes wide and haunted, fingers clutching the frayed edges of her jacket. I could see the faint sheen of tears pooling in the corners, reflecting the chaos around us. She was my sister, my anchor in this tempest, but her spirit was breaking, fracturing under the weight of a world spiraling into madness. "Everything's falling apart," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the din, a fragile note of despair. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we would find a way, but the words lodged in my throat like shards of broken glass. Then there was Eli, crouched in the alleyway, his breath hitching as he scanned for danger. The tremors of fear radiated from him, an unshakable pulse that mirrored my own. Never had I seen him so vulnerable, a flickering flame in the dark, struggling to survive against the overwhelming odds. He was our strategist, the mind that always spun intricate webs of plans, yet here he was, lost in the jagged edges of anxiety. The horsemen were coming, and we could hear their hooves pounding the pavement of our collective nightmares. The horsemen, figures cloaked in both myth and reality, avatars of our darkest fears. Death, war, famine, and pestilence, each promising a ratcheting of despair that left no stone unturned. I could see their silhouettes emerging from the swirling gloom of our dystopia, shadows of inevitability. They were not the gallant heroes of stories past, but a grotesque parody of everything we had hoped to be. I remember the first time we heard the whispers, the fatalistic tones that swept through the city like an insidious fog. "Famine has declared war," they said. "Prepare for the end." How naive we were, believing we could fortify our hearts against the onslaught of hopelessness. "Lena, we have to move," I urged, stepping into her space, feeling the warmth of her body, a beacon of light in the encroaching dark. But she stood rooted, staring into the abyss of the unknown. "I can't leave them. I can't." Her voice cracked, a fragile tremor in the chaos. Her friends, caught in the web of despair, were just down the street, lost souls in a world gone mad. Eli's hand gripped my shoulder, grounding me. "We can't save everyone. Not now. We have to survive." His eyes were fierce, but behind that fire was a flicker of doubt. I forced myself to look at him, to really see him, the boy who had always been the fortress against our fears. But even fortresses crumble. I searched for the right words, the strength to weave a tapestry of hope, but darkness was a thief that stole my voice. The horseman's approach echoed like doom, a drumbeat that resonated through my bones. Each step was a reminder of what we had lost, our homes, our laughter, our dreams. I could almost see the ground scarred by their passage, the very earth shuddering under their weight. In the distance, a figure flickered against the horizon. I squinted, a familiar face emerging from the haze, a friend long thought lost. Adira, with her wild hair and defiant spirit, surged toward us like a comet, blazing a trail through the darkness. "We have to fight. We can't let them take us." Her voice rang out, a clarion call that threatened to shatter the despair around us. But would we even have the strength to stand against the tide? My heart raced, pounding like a war drum in my chest. I could feel the specters of doubt clinging to me, whispering that resistance was futile, that we were merely grains of sand against an unstoppable storm. I remember the stars, once bright and shimmering, now smothered beneath the weight of our collective grief. "Lena," I said softly, "you have to believe. We have to believe." But her eyes, those beautiful mirrors of hope, were clouded over. "What if belief is just another lie?" she murmured. The question hung heavy between us, a specter that refused to be ignored. And then Eli, shaking with unspoken fears, stepped forward. "What if we're not fighting just for ourselves? What if we're fighting for every dream that once flickered in our hearts?" In his voice, I felt echoes of power, the stirrings of something greater. The horsemen were coming, yes, but so too was the chance to reclaim what had been taken from us. To stand together in the face of despair. A great wind howled through the streets, bending the trees, rattling the bones of the city. The shadows danced, teasing the edges of our vision, whispering promises of futility. But as I looked at my sister, my friend, and the spark igniting in Eli's eyes, I knew this was not the end. This was a beginning, a moment suspended in time where hearts raced, breaths quickened, and every heartbeat echoed the possibility of defiance. The clock was ticking, and the horsemen were closing in, but we were not merely afraid. We were alive. And sometimes, in the heart of despair, that was enough. The television flickered in the corner of the room, casting a cold blue glow over the faces huddled around it. Outside, the wind howled like a ravenous beast, rattling the windows as if trying to break in. Inside, a different kind of storm brewed, one of dread, desperation, and the rising tide of uncertainty. "I can't believe this is happening," whispered MIA, her voice trembling, raw with the fear that clawed at her throat. She clutched her phone as if it were a talisman, the screen illuminating her wide eyes. The news anchor, with a voice that dripped with somber gravity, spoke of the horsemen, those spectral figures of doom, who today bore familiar faces, twisted by the lens of modernity. I remember the first time I heard their names in whispers: Conquest, War, Famine, Death. Icons of ancient tales, now repackaged as sensational headlines. They were no longer just myths but narratives spun into reality. The media spun each story into a web of chaos and spectacle, feeding on the collective anxiety like a vulture preying on carrion. I could feel the room holding its breath, the silence thick and suffocating. Mia's fingers danced nervously against the phone, her face a tapestry of emotions, fear, disbelief, and a flicker of anger. Then there was Ethan, his brow furrowed as he paced the length of the living room, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the dim light. "It's not real. This is just another ploy for ratings," he spat, the words laced with a frustration that felt like a fireball in the pit of his stomach. He had been a journalist, a voice of reason in a world filled with noise. But now? Now he was a ghost of the man he used to be, haunted by the very media he used to defend. The irony tore at his heart like a gaping wound. He had once wielded the pen as a sword, but now it felt like a double-edged knife, cutting deeper into his own skin. As the news anchor continued, reports confirmed that 1 in 10 are directly influenced by these depictions. I felt a chill creep down my spine. The numbers were stark, dispassionate. They were a reminder that we were living in a time when the horsemen were not just riders on pale horses but echoes in the media landscape, each representing a fear we couldn't escape. I could see Ethan's mind racing, calculating the implications, the ethical dilemmas that lay ahead. He raked a hand through his hair, his breath coming in ragged bursts as if he were drowning in a sea of conflicting truths. I remember when the news was about facts, not a circus, he muttered, his voice a low growl. I could sense the bitterness simmering beneath the surface, his idealism crushed under the weight of sensationalism. The media had twisted the Horseman into caricatures. War was a greedy monster, Famine a heartless spectre, Conquest a tyrant draped in gold. And death? Death was a figure they played for laughs, a punchline in a dark comedy routine that left us all uneasy, laughing while clutching our throats. Mia's voice broke through, infused with a desperate hope. But what if we could tell a different story? What if we can change how they are portrayed? We have the power to reshape narratives. Her words hung in the air, vibrant and alive, a glimmer of defiance in the dark. She rose, her hands animated, as if she could grasp the concepts and mold them into something new. But could we really? Could we wrestle back the narrative from the clutches of the media? Her enthusiasm contrasted sharply with Ethan's cynicism, a discordant melody that echoed in the stillness of the room. Outside, shadows danced under the streetlights, as if the very city was alive, watching, waiting. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the concrete, the whispers of the past merging with the present, weaving a tapestry that felt both haunting and beautiful. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, a reminder that time was a relentless march toward an unknown destination. Each tick echoed my own pulse, a steady drumbeat of anxiety. I remembered how the media had depicted these figures throughout history, not as harbingers of doom but as reflections of our worst fears. In the age of information, the Horsemen had become embodiments of our societal struggles, each headline a mirror reflecting our collective psyche. War was depicted as a soldier, a hero fighting against a faceless enemy. Famine was a child, eyes hollow and pleading. They leaned into our empathy, our guilt, our compassion, but they also fed off our fear, our anger. Ethan's eyes blazed with a sudden intensity. The Horsemen aren't just metaphors, they are manifestations of our reality, our failures. He stopped pacing, turning to face MIA, his voice rising in urgency. If we don't take control, we're just amplifying the chaos. His words struck like lightning, illuminating the darkness for just a fleeting moment. The tension thickened, wrapping around us like a vice, squeezing until our hearts raced. MIA took a step closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Then we need to act. We need to show the world that we can redefine them. There it was, the spark of revolution, the fire of defiance, igniting the air between them. But could they do it? Could we all rise above the narratives imposed upon us? I felt the weight of their emotions pressing against my chest, fear mingling with hope, as if the air itself was alive with potential. As the news segment shifted, the anchor's voice began to fade into the background, becoming a ghost of its former self. The storm outside raged on, the wind howling in a cacophony of chaos, mirroring the tempest within. I felt the fabric of the world shifting, the boundaries of reality blurring like watercolor on a wet canvas. Each heartbeat brought us closer to the edge of something monumental, an awakening, a confrontation, a reckoning with the ghosts of our past. The faces of the Horsemen loomed like specters above us, their stories woven into the very fabric of our lives. We were not just passive observers, we were the architects of our narrative, the ink in the pen that could alter their fate. And as the clock ticked on, I realized that the story was far from over. It was only just beginning, each moment heavy with the promise of what was to come, a tapestry of fear and hope, woven into the heart of humanity. The crackling air shimmered with tension as the sky darkened, a swirling mass of clouds boiling above the city like a great beast preparing to strike. I stood on the rooftop, heart pounding, fingers gripping the cold metal railing, staring into the chaos unfolding below. A world once brimming with laughter was twisted into a grotesque theater of despair and destruction, where the Four Horsemen, famine, war, pestilence, and death, galloped across the digital landscape, their hooves echoing in the hearts of the people like an ancient curse come to life. I remember the first time I truly felt it, the day my daughter, Clara, came home from school, eyes wide and frantic, clutching a tablet like it was the last lifeline in a world gone mad. "Dad, they said it's happening. It's here." The words burst from her lips, laced with an urgency that rattled me to the core. She was only 10, innocence still clinging to her like dew on a morning leaf, but the weight of the world pressed down on her small shoulders. I looked into her eyes, searching for the little girl I once knew, but found only the reflection of a reality too heavy for her age. That was the day the screen started to flicker with warnings, the sirens blaring through the streets like banshees wailing for lost souls. Famine settled in first, creeping through the cracks of our lives, its skeletal fingers leaving behind echoes of hunger and deprivation. I remember Clara, her small hands pulling at the pantry door, the sound of empty shelves making her heart race like a trapped bird. "Where's the food?" she asked, her voice trembling, a question that tore through my chest like a rusty knife. I had no answer. I could only offer her the empty promise of a better tomorrow, words that felt like ashes in my mouth. War crashed through next, a cacophony of rage and fear. I watched from my vantage point as the city erupted in chaos, a riot of shattered glass, screams, and desperate cries. My neighbor, a retired soldier, stood in the middle of the street, shaking his fist at the sky, as if challenging the heavens to strike him down. "They're coming for us! They'll take everything," he yelled, but all I could see was a broken man, lost in the storm of his own making. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that the real enemy was the fear that fed on our souls. Instead, I just stood there, paralyzed by the gravity of it all. And then there was pestilence, creeping in like a thief in the night, its breath cold and rancid. The news reports became a relentless parade of bodies, each story a stark reminder of how fragile our existence had become. I remember Clara huddled in her bed, shivering, the fever burning through her small frame like fire. I held her close, feeling the warmth of her skin, each heartbeat a reminder that I couldn't save her from the invisible monster that loomed outside our door. I whispered promises of better days, but even I could hear the tremor in my voice. Death arrived like an old friend, dragging shadows behind it, closing in with a suffocating embrace. I found myself standing in the graveyard, rain pouring down like a baptism of sorrow. The gravestones stood like sentinels, silent witnesses to the lives that had flickered out too soon. I felt the weight of their history pressing down on me, an ocean of grief threatening to pull me under. Clara's laughter echoed in my mind, a melody that once filled our home with light, now a haunting reminder of what I could lose. But inside that storm, a flicker of defiance ignited. I met Alex, a fellow survivor with a fire in her soul that matched the chaos around us. She had lost everything too, a family, a sense of normalcy, but there was a strength in her eyes that captivated me. "We can't let them win," she said, her voice steady like a beacon in the darkest night. "We have to fight back." I felt that same fire ignite in my chest, a pulse that echoed the rhythm of our shared desperation. Together, we found purpose in the ashes. We organized what remained, rallying the lost and broken, forging alliances where there were none. The air buzzed with a tension that felt like a storm ready to break, each moment heavy with the promise of change. I remember the faces of those we gathered, each one a testament to survival, a reminder that we were not alone in our sorrow. Together, we dared to hope, to dream of a future where laughter could return, where Clara could run freely without fear. But the horsemen were relentless, their presence a constant reminder of the fragility we couldn't escape. Every step we took was met with resistance, every victory tinged with a shadow of sorrow. I caught glimpses of Clara's smile, now a rare treasure, when she was with her friends, laughter spilling from her lips like a balm for our wounds. Yet, as the world outside collapsed, I could feel the weight of her heart growing heavier, her innocence slowly being chipped away. I remember standing beside Alex as we watched the city burn, flames licking the sky like a hungry beast. "This is it," she said, determination etched across her face. "This is where we make our stand." I felt my heart quicken, a mix of fear and exhilaration flooding my veins. The battle we were about to face was not just against the horsemen, it was against despair itself, against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The moment hung suspended in time, a fragile thread connecting us to the universe, a whisper of hope in the chaos. I could feel Clara's presence beside me, her strength echoing in my soul. We were more than just survivors, we were warriors, a collective heartbeat echoing through the ruins. The night deepened, shadows swirling around us like a cloak of inevitability. The horsemen were closing in, but so were we, ready to confront the darkness with every ounce of strength we had left. I took a breath, a vow unspoken, solidifying in the air between us. The battle was upon us, and though the outcome was uncertain, we would face it together, bound by our shared humanity, our spirits unyielding amid the gathering storm. And as the first clash rang out, a sound that shook the very ground beneath our feet, I knew that this was just the beginning, an endless loop of struggle and resilience, where the heartbeats of the brave would echo on, refusing to be silenced. A raging storm splits the night sky, lightning slashing through clouds like a knife. The wind howls, an angry beast unleashed. There, in the shadows of a crumbling city, stands Lena, drenched and desperate. She clutches a photograph, its edges frayed, the faces blurred by time and tears. I remember, she whispers, letting the wind steal her voice. I remember the sun. I remember when the air didn't choke. Her fingers tremble, holding on to the memory of a world long gone. A world where flowers bloomed as if they were promised life. Now, the earth is a cracked skin, pleading for relief, groaning beneath the weight of its own suffering. The city around her, once vibrant, is now a mausoleum filled with the ghosts of lost dreams. Shadows twist into shapes that mock her resilience, and yet she stands firm, a lighthouse in the storm, though the waves crash ever harder. Beside her, Aaron fights against the raw elements. His breath comes in ragged gasps, each inhalation a tug-of-war with despair. He stares at the horizon, where the sun should rise but can't. "What have we done?" he shouts into the abyss, his voice swallowed by darkness. It's the question that haunts him, gnawing at his insides like a rabid animal, relentless. The weight of the world is on his shoulders, and the burden feels heavier with every flicker of lightning, every rumble of thunder. What have we become? In the distance, they can hear the cries of children, echoing through the storm, a haunting lament that pierces the night. It's the sound of innocence lost, forgotten laughter swallowed by a cacophony of destruction. Lena's heart claws at her chest, a wild creature yearning to escape. "I can't let this be their future," she breathes, the words barely escaping her lips. "I can't." But then, there's a flicker of movement beside them, a figure emerging from the tempest. It's Misha, eyes blazing like twin stars in the dark. "You too," she screams, as if her very voice could part the storm. "We have to move. They're coming." The urgency in her tone shatters the moment, a crystal clear reminder of their reality. The horsemen ride again, and this time, they're not just myths, they are the very embodiment of a world collapsing under its own weight. Lena feels the pulse of fear racing through her veins. "No," she shrieks, the word ripping free like a wounded animal. "Not like this. We can fight." But Misha shakes her head, the fear pooling in her eyes. "Fight? Against what? Against who? Look around." The city crumbles as if it had always been built on sand. Hope is a flickering candle in a hurricane, fragile and fleeting. As they run, the air thickens, a miasma of despair that threatens to suffocate. Lena stumbles, the photograph slipping through her fingers and fluttering to the ground like a dying bird. "My family," she gasps, panicking. "I can't leave it." But Aaron pulls her onward, his grip iron tight, a lifeline in the chaos. "We can't save them," he cries, each word a dagger. "We can only save ourselves." The horsemen are upon them now, not cloaked figures on horseback but the relentless advance of drought and famine, war and death. They are the grim reminders of what mankind has wrought. Each one is a spectre of our own making, haunting the earth with their presence. Cities burn, oceans swell, and the earth screams, an endless cacophony of destruction that drowns out their cries. "Can't you see it?" Misha's voice is frantic, slicing through the maelstrom. "This isn't just the end. It's the reckoning." Her face is illuminated by a flash of lightning, and in that moment, Lena sees the truth etched in the lines of her skin. They are the architects of their own demise. The weight of guilt is suffocating, a heavy cloak draped over her shoulders. "I remember," Lena whispers, letting the memories wash over her like waves against the shore. "I remember the green fields, the laughter, the life." Each recollection is a ghost that dances in her mind, taunting her with what once was. But it feels so far away now. The world is a blurred canvas, colors bleeding into one another, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful ruin. Then, they reach a clearing, a moment's pause amid the chaos. Misha holds her breath, scanning the horizon. "We need a plan," she says, steeling herself against the storm. Aaron nods, though his eyes betray his fear. What can we do? We're just 3 people against fate. But Lena refuses to accept that. We're not alone, she insists, digging deep within herself, unearthing the flicker of hope that refuses to be extinguished. If we stand together, if we fight for what's left, maybe, her voice fades, the impossibility of her words hanging in the air. The sky rumbles, a deep growl that vibrates through the ground beneath them. Time seems to stretch, like taffy pulled thin, seconds become minutes. Lena can feel the weight of history pressing down on her, a tidal wave of despair crashing against the fragile walls of her resolve. Do you remember the stories, she implores, searching their eyes? The ones our parents told us about heroes? About how hope can rise from ashes. And what if they're just stories? Misha whispers, shattered. What if we're just characters in a tragedy? Then let's write our own ending, Aaron replies, his voice steady, a flame igniting within him. Let's rewrite the narrative. The storm rages on, a wild symphony of chaos and conflict, but in that clearing, they find a spark, the fragile beginnings of a rebellion against fate. They are the last vestiges of a world on the brink, the only hope left against the specters of destruction. And in that storm, beneath the darkened sky, they hold tight to each other, 3 souls entwined in a dance as ancient as time. The horsemen may ride, but they refuse to bow. Each heartbeat echoes through the tempest, each breath a defiance against the encroaching darkness. Together, they step forward, into the heart of the storm, into the narrative they will create. It is only the beginning, the fight is far from over. The clock strikes midnight, a haunting echo reverberating through the stillness. In the shadows of a crumbling city, Elara stands at the edge of the world, heart racing, blood roaring in her ears like a tidal wave crashing against the cliffs of despair. Behind her, the whispers of forgotten gods circle like vultures, their promises laced with deceit. She feels it, darkness pooling in her chest, a void that threatens to swallow her whole. I remember the first time my grandmother told me the tale of the phoenix, she whispers to the night, her breath clouding in the crisp air. A fiery rebirth from the ashes, yet here I am, caught in the rusted chains of my own making. She stands, a fragile figure illuminated by the ghostly glow of a distant street lamp, grappling with the weight of her ancestors' dreams and failures. The city sleeps, but her soul is wide awake, clinging to a myth that promises freedom but delivers only flickers of hope. Across town, a soft rustle betrays the presence of Leon, whose fingers tremble as he clutches a tattered book of ancient stories. Each page is a lifeline, a glimpse into the lives of heroes and gods who walked the earth long before him. I thought I could be like them, he mutters, the book feeling like a stone in his hands. Strong, fearless, unyielding. But with every line he reads, doubt gnaws at him like a relentless beast. Why can't I escape the ordinary? Why can't I be a hero in my own tale? The moon hangs heavy in the sky, watching as 2 souls, bound by a shared desperation, weave a tapestry of myth and reality. Elara and Leon's paths are destined to cross in a collision of dreams and despair. They are both haunted by the same spectre, the shadow of their own inadequacies. A distant siren wails, slicing through the night like a knife, puncturing the fragile silence. Elara's heart leaps, a reminder of the time she lost everything. I remember, she breathes, a mantra clinging to her lips like a bitter taste. I remember the day the fire consumed my home, the screams of my family echoing through the charred remnants of our lives. Each echo sends shockwaves through her, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, it lingers, waiting to strike again. She pales, the weight of her memories dragging her down, until she feels like she might drown in them. Leon, too, is drowning in his own memories, a childhood spent yearning for the impossible, for adventure beyond the mundane. I remember, he murmurs, the words spilling from him like water from a cracked vessel. I remember watching the stars from my window, dreaming of a life where I was not just a shadow, but a light. The stars, now obscured by clouds, mock him with their twinkling indifference. His heart aches, it's suffocating in its own silence. Fate weaves its strands tighter, an invisible thread drawing Elara and Leon into the same haunting tale. As they wander through the city, drawn by the gravitational pull of their shared desperation, they begin to see the reflections of their lives in the myths that surround them. The trickster god, the tragic hero, the monstrous force of nature, all figures that echo through time, shifting forms yet remaining achingly familiar. An oppressive dread looms as they approach the abandoned theater, a relic of forgotten dreams, where the air is thick with the weight of unspoken stories. This place feels alive, Ilara whispers, her voice barely audible, thick with a sense of foreboding. Like it's waiting for us. Or watching us, Leon replies, his eyes wide with an intensity that pierces through the darkness. The creaking of the old wooden doors sends shivers down their spines as they step inside, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The stage, once a site of celebration, now stands like a tomb, cloaked in shadows that writhe and twist. They are enveloped by silence, but the silence is deceptive. It vibrates with the ghosts of countless performances, the echoes of laughter and grief blending into a symphony of the past. What if we're just players in a story that's already been written? Ilara muses, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and longing. What if we're just pawns in a game played by those ancient figures? Then we must rewrite our roles, Leon replies, a spark igniting in his chest. We must embrace the chaos and the pain and turn it into something beautiful. His conviction is palpable, igniting a flicker of hope in Ilara that feels almost foreign. They stand, two fractured souls poised on the precipice of possibility, bound by the threads of their own myths and the myths that bind humanity across time and space. But the darkness is relentless, lurking in the corners, whispering doubts that dampen their resolve. Ilara's heart thunders in her chest, tied to the stories of her ancestors. Can she ever transcend the cycle of loss? Leon, too, feels the crushing weight of expectation. What if I'm not brave enough, he wonders, fear stabbing through his gut like ice. The stage before them groans, a living entity, a reminder that the stories of old are not just tales, but reflections of the human condition. The gods, those eternal figures of myth, are not distant, they are within them, writhing, yearning, demanding to be acknowledged. The phoenix, the trickster, the hero, each a part of the intricate mosaic of their existence, urging them towards confrontation, towards catharsis. Ilara and Leon stand at the edge of a chasm, the abyss of their inner turmoil laid bare. We are the stories we tell, she breathes, the realization washing over her like a tide. We can break free. Yes, Leon echoes, fire igniting in his eyes. But first, we must face the shadows within us. A new resolve hardens in their hearts, an unyielding strength forged from the anguish of their pasts. They take a step forward, the echoes of their fears resonating in the theater that cradles their souls, the weight of history pressing against them. Here, amid the haunted remnants of lost dreams, they will confront the ghosts of their own making and reclaim their narratives. As the city sleeps, the stage waits, shrouded in darkness, whispering its secrets. The clock still ticks, a heartbeat resonating through the silence, a reminder that time never stands still. The night is pregnant with possibility, and the dance of myth and reality has only just begun. The lines between past and present blur, their stories intertwining like vines in a forgotten garden, each twist a testament to the struggle, to the pain, and to the unbreakable spirit of humanity that echoes through the ages. The theater breathes around them, a living entity, and as they stand on the precipice of their own evolution, the world shifts, the stories begin anew, and the night pulses with an energy that is electric, alive, waiting for the dawn. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime echoing through the desolate streets like a death knell. I stood at the edge of the world, a ghost in the dark, the shadows stretching out before me, alive with whispers of dread. The air was thick, viscous with tension, each breath a struggle against the weight of what was coming. I could feel it, a trembling anticipation in my bones. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of fate and folly. In the distance, I saw them, figures moving with a certainty that chilled my heart. The Four Horsemen, harbingers of an end I could never have comprehended. War, famine, pestilence, death, their names wrapped around me like barbed wire, each syllable cutting deeper into my psyche. I wasn't just a bystander, I was the canvas for their malevolence, a living testament to the decay of morality. I could almost hear the galloping hoofbeats in my chest, a sinister rhythm that matched the frantic pace of my thoughts. And then there was Maria. My sister. She stood beside me, her face pale, eyes wide, reflecting the chaos that churned within her. Every second, I watched her unravel. The world was ripping us apart, and all I could do was hold her gaze, desperately trying to tether her to this reality. "I remember," she whispered, her voice cracking like glass. "I remember when we used to play in the fields, the sun warming our faces. But that sun had set now, and the memories felt like ghosts, fleeting, unreachable. You need to focus, Maria. We can't let them in," I urged, my voice raw and desperate. The memory of laughter hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. It echoed just beneath the surface, taunting me, reminding me of all we'd lost, all that was slipping through our fingers like sand. Then there was Thomas, a soldier who wore his bravado like armor, but his spirit was frayed. He'd seen too much, lost too many. The war had carved hollow spaces in him, and as he gripped his sword, I could see the tremor in his hands, a quiver that belied the strength he fought to project. "We can stop them," he said, but the crack in his voice betrayed his uncertainty. "We have to." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that we could fight back against the onslaught of evil that had seeped into our bones. But the battle was not just out there, it was within us. Each of us wrestled with our own demons, the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. I could feel my pulse quicken, the fear clawing at me like a feral beast, but it was also a fire, a spark of defiance igniting in my core. "Look!" Maria pointed, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and fascination. The sky had darkened, an unnatural hue pooling above us, swirling like the cosmos had taken a wrong turn. The horsemen were approaching, each on their steed, a surreal tableau of dread. War led the charge, a figure clad in crimson, eyes like burning coals. Behind him, Famine, gaunt and hollow, each rib a reminder of the desolation he spread. Pestilence followed, a miasma of decay swirling around him, while death brought up the rear, cloaked in shadows, a spectral presence that made the air thicken with despair. "Do you hear it?" Thomas murmured, the sound barely escaping his lips. The silence, it's deafening. The world around us had been swallowed, the usual cacophony of life muted to a chilling stillness. It was as if existence itself trembled before the specter of evil. "Why don't they just end it?" Maria asked, her voice trembling. "Why this torment?" Her vulnerability struck me, an arrow lodged in my heart. She was unarmed, stripped of the defenses that life had once granted her. I wanted to shield her from their gaze, to wrap her in the warmth of our childhood laughter, but the chilling inevitability of what was to come held me captive. "They enjoy it," I found myself saying, the truth spilling forth like blood from a wound. To them, our suffering is a game. I could see it in their eyes, the gleeful anticipation at the chaos they were about to unleash. I felt the heat of anger rise within me, a feral instinct to fight back, even as despair clung to my limbs like an iron shackle. The ground trembled beneath us, a visceral reminder of our fragility. I could feel the horsemen drawing closer, their presence suffocating. Maria clutched my arm, her nails digging into my flesh, a silent plea for reassurance. I turned to her, the truth hanging in the air, sharp and unyielding. "Whatever happens, don't let go." And then it hit, an explosion of sound, of chaos. The horsemen charged, and the world erupted in a cacophony of screams and cries. The air thickened with the stench of fear and sweat, a toxic blend that made me want to retch. Thomas surged forward, sword raised high, a lone warrior against the tide of despair. He was brave, but in that moment, I could see the truth in his eyes. He was just as terrified as I was. I remember feeling time stretch, an eternity wrapped around us as we faced the onslaught. Everything collided in a brutal dance of life and death. Shadows danced like phantoms, whispering promises of oblivion, drawing us closer to the abyss. Each heartbeat echoed, a countdown to the inevitable. Then, just as quickly as it began, the world shattered into fragments. I caught glimpses of faces, of pain, both familiar and foreign, intertwined with shadows. I felt the warm trickle of blood, the coolness of death brushing past me. I had become a witness to the horror, the terror of existence laid bare. I remember the moment everything twisted, the moment when despair turned into defiance. We would not be simply pawns in this wicked game. I met Maria's gaze, her spirit still flickering, and in that instant, we were united against the darkness. Time stood still, the cosmos holding its breath. The horsemen had arrived, but we were still here, hearts pounding, souls ignited. The battle was just beginning, and as the silhouette of death loomed closer, a whisper echoed in my mind. It was a promise, a challenge. Together, we would face whatever lay ahead. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the forsaken streets like the heartbeat of a forgotten city. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, twisting and stretching, wrapping the air with an ominous chill. I remember the way the moon hung low, a heavy eye observing the chaos beneath it, as if it were waiting for something to break. I stood at the edge of the alley, breath hitching in my throat, caught between the pull of fear and the magnetic draw of the unknown. Carmen, a voice called, sharp as glass, slicing through the murky silence. It was Maeve, her figure a silhouette of defiance against the backdrop of night. Her hair, wild and unkempt, framed her face like a halo carved from rebellion. I could see the glint of her eyes, fierce and unyielding, alive with the fire of 1,000 regrets and the thrill of untold stories. But tonight, there was desperation clinging to her, a palpable weight that echoed the tension in her words. "We have to go. Now." I hesitated, rooted to the spot, a statue made of fear. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the very world conspired against us. "Where?" My voice trembled, a whisper barely carried by the wind. "To the cathedral. They're coming." Her voice held a gravity that pressed against my chest, made my heart pound like a war drum. The horsemen were more than mythology now. They had become flesh and blood, shadows of our own creation, gnawing at the edges of our existence. Each one a symbol, each one a reflection of our darkest fears. The conqueror, the warbringer, the famine, and the pestilence, each name echoed with a haunting clarity, a reminder of the battles we fought within ourselves and the society that forged us. "Carmen, we can't stand here." Maeve's urgency pulled me from my trance, and I noticed the crimson streaks on her arms, a tapestry of struggle. But what consumed me was not only the sight of her but the reflection of my own scars, buried deep beneath the skin. I was a tapestry too, woven from threads of silence and fear, each stitch a reminder of moments lost, a scream muffled by the weight of expectations. I took a step forward, and the darkness swallowed me whole. "Why do we keep running?" I whispered, more to myself than to Maeve. "Why can't we confront them?" Her laugh was bitter, a shard of glass in the night. "Confront them? We're not warriors, Carmen. We're just..." She paused, her eyes flickering with something unnameable. "We're just women. The horsemen thrive on our fear. They feed on it like vultures, circling us until we're nothing but bones." I felt the truth of her words seep into me, raw and piercing. We were not just battling the myth of the horseman, we were fighting against the narratives that had held us prisoner. I could see it clearly now. The conqueror, with his gilded armor, was a mask for the patriarchal expectations that suffocated us. The warbringer was the internal chaos we faced, the wars waged in our minds that left us shattered, bleeding. The pestilence was the toxic whispers that crept into our hearts, telling us we were not enough. And famine? That was the hunger clawing at our souls, the yearning for agency in a world that deemed us unworthy. Then what do we do? My voice was stronger now, fueled by the fire igniting between us. If we can't fight them, how do we survive? By telling our stories, Maeve replied, her eyes ablaze with an intensity that matched the raging storm inside me. By reclaiming our narrative. By being the authors of our own destinies, even when the ink is blood. We dashed through the narrow passageways, and I could almost hear the echoes of our ancestors urging us on, their whispers woven into the fabric of the night. Each step felt like a rebellion against the silence that had been imposed upon us for far too long. I could see the cathedral looming ahead, its spires reaching for the heavens as if to pierce the veil between this world and the next. Yet, with every stride, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us. Ghosts of women passed, warriors in their own right, beckoned from the shadows. I remembered their names, the witches who were burned for knowing too much, the suffragettes who fought with their voices, and the countless mothers who whispered tales of strength to their daughters. They had not been conquerors, but survivors, and their legacy flowed through us like a river of fire. As we neared the cathedral, the air thickened with the scent of incense and decay. I could hear the low growl of thunder rumbling in the distance, a warning of the tempest that awaited us. Maeve's hand gripped mine, grounding me even as the storm raged within. "We're almost there," she urged, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. "We have to be ready," I replied, heart racing. "They'll come for us. They'll try to silence us." And then, emerging from the shadows, they appeared, the horsemen, their eyes dark and unfathomable, their presence a suffocating cloud. The conqueror stood at the front, a smirk etched across his face, as if our fear was his greatest triumph. Beside him, the warbringer bared his teeth, a predator ready to pounce. Famine and pestilence lingered like a sinister fog, each a shadow of despair waiting to ensnare us. "Ladies, have you come to surrender?" The conqueror's voice was silk draped over a knife, each word dripping with disdain. "You think you can win this battle? You're nothing but whispers in a world of thunder." But in that moment, something shifted. I could feel Maeve's resolve push against the oppressive force, a pulse of defiance that ignited within me. I took a deep breath, the weight of history swirling around us, a chorus of voices rising in unison. "No," I said, each syllable carving space for our truth. "We're not here for you. We refuse to be defined by your narrative." The air crackled with energy, a fierce storm brewing as the horsemen faltered, their smirks faltering. We were not just two women standing against the tide, we were an army of voices, of stories, of everything that had been silenced for too long. In that moment, with the clock still striking midnight, we stood on the precipice of something monumental. And the battle began, not just of wills, but of narratives, of rewriting the endings that had been imposed upon us. As shadows clashed with light, as the echoes of our stories converged, I felt the tension rise, a symphony of defiance that would not be silenced. We were ready to fight, to reclaim, to roar. And in that moment, the darkness shifted, the night held its breath, and I realized that perhaps this was never about the horsemen at all. It was about us, about rising from the depths of despair, about the indomitable spirit of women, about crafting our own destinies in a world that had tried to bury us. The moon watched, the stars whispered, and the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that this was only the beginning. The sky burned a deep orange as the sun sank behind the jagged horizon, casting long shadows over the ruins of the city. I stood in that fading light, my heart pounding like a war drum, the air thick with the stench of smoke and despair. I remember that moment, how the world turned into a canvas painted with fear and uncertainty, every breath a reminder of what lay ahead. Gunfire crackled in the distance, a haunting symphony that had become all too familiar, and I could feel the tremors of chaos ripple through the ground beneath my feet. "Keep your head down." A voice shattered the silence, pulling me from my thoughts. It was Marcus, his face streaked with dirt and fear, eyes wide with the ghosts of conflict. He had once dreamt of becoming a teacher, sharing knowledge and wisdom, but now he was just another soldier in a war that seemed endless. "We're outnumbered." His voice, strained and desperate, cut through the air like a knife, and the weight of his fear seeped into my bones. I knew then that hope was a fragile thing, a paper bird fluttering against the storm. I had once thought I could change the world, but here I was, clutching a rifle like a lifeline, trapped in a nightmare I never asked for. I remember the faces of the children who lingered at the edge of my memory, their laughter replaced by the echoes of despair, and it made my heart ache like a wound that refused to heal. Amidst the chaos, I spotted Elena, her dark hair falling in clumps over her face, eyes burning with defiance. She was a force of nature, the kind of person who could light up the dreariest day. But now, the fire in her spirit flickered dangerously close to extinguishing. The world had taken so much from her, family, dreams, and the simplicity of a life that felt safe. "We can't let them take us down," she shouted, voice cracking, but the fierceness in her gaze reminded me of a lioness poised to strike. She was fighting not just for herself, but for every lost soul whose dreams had been snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The three of us were bound together by a shared trauma, a frayed thread that tightened with every explosion. I remember the way Marcus cracked jokes to mask the fear, his laughter echoing hollow against the backdrop of destruction. "How do you make a tissue dance?" You put a little boogie in it, he'd say, and though I laughed, the humor felt like a cruel joke, the absurdity of life wrapped in layers of pain. And then the moment came, a pivotal clash that twisted the air and sent a shiver down my spine. A blast erupted nearby, the ground trembling as if the earth itself was screaming. We were thrust into a vortex of chaos, adrenaline surging through our veins, drowning out every rational thought. I caught a glimpse of a figure, a soldier clad in dark armor, advancing like a specter through the smoke. In that instant, time twisted and stretched, and I was not just a spectator, I was a participant in this dance of death. I remember the sounds, the deafening roar of gunfire, the cries of the wounded bleeding into the ground. I felt a surge of panic clawing at my throat, choking me. I turned to Marcus, his eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and for a brief moment, I saw the boy he used to be before the war claimed him. "What do we do?" he gasped, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. "Fight!" I shouted, the word erupting from my lips like fire. It wasn't a command, it was a plea. We surged forward, propelled by desperation, by the echoes of our dreams lost in the maelstrom of conflict. Elena was beside me, moving with a grace that belied the chaos around us, each step a defiance against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. In the midst of the battle, I caught a glimpse of him, the enemy soldier, his face obscured by a mask, yet the pain in his eyes was unmistakable. I saw the shadows of his past, a man shaped by the very conflict that had torn our lives apart. For a heartbeat, we were connected, two souls caught in a web of violence and loss, and I felt a sickening realization wash over me. We were not so different. His struggle mirrored mine, our burdens woven together by the same thread of despair. But then, the moment slipped away, consumed by the chaos, and I was thrust back into the fray. Bullets whizzed past, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. I felt the weight of fear press down on me, a suffocating blanket that threatened to crush my spirit. I remembered the dreams I had clung to, of teaching, of laughter, of a world that could be better. But those dreams faded like smoke, twisting and dissipating in the air. Just then, a scream pierced through the chaos, a sound that would haunt me long after the battle. It was Elena. I turned to see her fall, struck down amidst the turmoil. Time froze, the world around me blurred into a haze of colors and sounds. I felt as if I were drowning, each breath a struggle against the tide of despair. I rushed to her, cradling her head in my lap, the warmth of her blood seeping through my fingers. "Stay with me," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat, tears streaming down my face. "Fight, keep fighting," she whispered, the fire in her eyes flickering like a dying star. It was then that I knew, it wasn't just survival anymore. It was about defiance, about holding on to hope in the face of despair. But the battle raged on, a tempest that swallowed everything in its path, leaving only echoes of laughter and dreams abandoned in the ashes. I remember the clock ticking, a cruel reminder of time slipping away, the shadows growing longer as night descended. The city, once vibrant, fell silent under the weight of our losses, and I could feel the ghosts of those we had lost hovering around us, whispering their stories into the wind. As the smoke cleared, the reality of our choices loomed large. We were the horsemen in this global conflict, bound by the choices we made, the paths we chose to walk. And though the battle raged on, deep in my heart, I knew it was not the end, just another beginning, another cycle of pain and hope. The memories would linger, haunting and beautiful, echoing through the corridors of time, binding us together in this relentless dance of survival. The church bells tolled, each chime a harbinger of dread, echoing through the damp streets of the city like a warning from the grave. I stood there, the cold wind wrapping its fingers around my throat, a fleeting thought marking my mind. Was this how the end began? I could feel the tension crackle in the air, a palpable electricity that threatened to consume everything around me. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, twisting into grotesque shapes, whispering secrets of wrath and redemption, and I knew this was no ordinary day. Across the square, Miriam's eyes were locked onto the pulpit, her breath shallow, each inhalation a battle against the weight of her choices. Once a fervent believer, her faith had been a shiny armor, blinding her to the cracks that now threatened to engulf her. She had spent years preaching the gospel of love while clinging to a power that had long since rotted at its core. The white walls of the church loomed behind her, pure and unyielding, but she felt like a ghost haunting its own grave. "I remember when I thought I was invincible," she whispered, as if the very stones might offer her solace. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to cascade down her cheeks, but she would not let them fall, not now. Then there was Marcus, a man torn between loyalty and his own dark desires. His hands trembled as they gripped the wooden bench, knuckles white as he wrestled with the ghosts of his past. He had once been a soldier of the faith, unwavering and proud, but now he stood on the precipice of rebellion. "I remember the first time I saw blood," he thought, the memory searing through him like hot iron. "It was glorious, a testament to my devotion," but now his voice trailed off, lost in the cacophony of the crowd, where fervor turned to fury. He felt the weight of his past, the sins etched into his soul, and a part of him yearned for redemption, while another sought the thrill of chaos. The air was thick with anticipation as the preacher mounted the pulpit, his voice booming like thunder, each word a hammer driving nails into the coffin of reason. "We are the chosen. We are the light," he bellowed, his eyes wild with fervor, igniting the crowd like a match to a powder keg. Around me, faces gleamed with righteous anger, a storm brewing in their chests, shoulders tense with the weight of shared belief. Yet within that collective passion, I felt the flickering of uncertainty. What are we fighting for? I dared to question, the words escaping like a timid bird. I was met with silence, a thick, suffocating quiet that screamed louder than the preacher could. Miriam's heart raced, caught between the intoxicating pull of the mob and the crushing weight of her conscience. They trust me, she thought, the realization cutting like glass. But what if I lead them to ruin? The thought coiled around her heart, twisting tighter, and yet there was something exhilarating in the danger, a thrill she hadn't known since her youth. The choice lay before her, stark and unforgiving: follow the blind faith of the crowd or risk everything to uncover the truth lurking beneath the veneer of piety. As the preacher raised his arms, his voice crescendoing, the crowd erupted into a frenzied chant. "Burn the heretics! Purify the land!" The words echoed through the square, a chilling anthem that sent shivers down my spine. It felt like the very fabric of morality was unraveling, thread by thread, as hatred dripped from their lips like poison. I glanced at Marcus, his face contorted in anguish, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of a different man behind those haunted eyes, the soldier who had once fought for the innocent, now caught in a tempest of his own creation. I remember the faces of those I couldn't save, he thought, the ghosts of his past clawing at his sanity. What have I become? With every chant, every plea for blood, the ghosts of history loomed larger, whispering their warnings. They were the specters of a legacy long forged in flames, executions masked as justice, betrayals cloaked in righteousness. I could almost hear their laughter, a macabre melody winding through the air, twisting reality into something grotesque. This is not the way. I wanted to scream, but my voice felt trapped in a cage of fear, paralyzed by the power of the masses. The moment stretched like a taut wire, vibrating with tension. Miriam stepped forward, her heart pounding like a war drum. What if love is the answer? The thought surged within her, a plea for sanity in a world gone mad. She felt her voice rise above the clamor, and for a heartbeat, the chaos hushed. What if we chose forgiveness over fire? What if we chose to heal? But her words were met with scorn, a wave of anger crashing over her, swallowing her hope whole. And Marcus, he was at a crossroads, the spirit of the soldier battling the disillusionment that threatened to consume him. I remember my oath, he thought, feeling the weight of his sword against his back, a reminder of the fight within. But the fight was shifting, it was no longer about faith, it was a struggle for the soul of the city, a battle between love and hatred, redemption and ruin. The clock ticked, each second a countdown to an inevitable confrontation, a clash that would leave scars deeper than flesh. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, a haunting refrain that lingered in the air, refusing to let go. The city pulsed with life around us, yet it felt like we were trapped in a moment that could unravel at any second. Somewhere in that space, I realized the truth. We were all horsemen in our own right, riding the waves of fear and hope, our legacies intertwined in ways too intricate to comprehend. And as the preacher's voice thundered one last time, rallying the mob toward darkness, I understood that the stakes were not merely about faith or power. They were about the very essence of humanity, a fragile thread that could either bind us together or tear us apart. In that electric moment, amid the rising chaos, I clung to the sliver of hope that flickered in the hearts of those who dared to dream of something better, a dream that begged to be realized, even as the shadows closed in. The air thickened with the promise of conflict, of choices that would echo through time, as we stood on the brink, looking into the abyss of our souls, waiting for the reckoning to begin. The clock struck midnight, its echo slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh. Each chime reverberated in my chest, a drumbeat of impending doom. I stood in the shadow of an abandoned cathedral, its stone walls weathered and weary, but the air crackled with something electric, something alive. I could feel it in my bones, a tension that hung thick as fog. Across the crumbling nave, there was Sarah, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light of the candles that danced like spirits in the dark. She was trembling, though whether from fear or anticipation, I couldn't tell. We both knew that something monumental was about to unfold. The Four Horsemen weren't just figures from a dusty book, they were imminent, lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding, clawing at the edges of our reality. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, voice barely above a breath, as if the shadows themselves might eavesdrop. I strained my ears against the silence, but it was there, a distant rumble, a gathering storm, and deep inside, I felt it, the tremors of war, famine, death, and conquest. I remember when I first learned about the Horseman. I was a child, wide-eyed in a classroom, my teacher's voice weaving nightmares into our innocent minds. "They're coming," she had said, her lips curling into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Be prepared." A lesson soaked in dread, a prophecy wrapped in warning. Gavin stood beside me, his brow furrowed in thought. He was always the skeptic, the one who laughed off the supernatural as mere superstition. "It's just a story," he muttered, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he shifted his weight from foot to foot as if the ground itself might swallow him whole. But this wasn't just a story anymore. It felt real, palpable, like the breath of a ghost against the back of my neck. I looked at Sarah, her hands clenched into fists, and I felt the weight of her heartache. She had lost her brother last year, swept away in a whirlwind of chaos, a casualty of a world that had turned upside down. The Horsemen had come for him, didn't they? Hadn't they? She needed to believe they were just myths, just tales to frighten children, but I could see in her eyes that she feared the truth more than any monster lurking in the shadows. "Do you think we can stop them?" Sarah asked, her voice tremulous, a fragile thread hanging in the air. I wanted to tell her yes, that hope lived in every heartbeat, that we were stronger than sorrow. But doubt gnawed at my insides. We were just three souls in the vastness of a universe that didn't care, a universe that spun on regardless of our struggles. And then, the rumbling grew louder, a crescendo of chaos that set my heart racing. "They're coming!" Gavin shouted, his bravado melting away like ice on the sun. I felt my pulse quicken, each beat a reminder of our mortality. The doors of the cathedral slammed open. Wind rushed in, cold and biting, swirling around us like a harbinger of despair. I caught a glimpse of figures striding through the entrance, cloaked in shadows, their presence a palpable weight that pressed against our chests. The first was a steed of pallid bone, its mane a tempest of whispers. War! A spectre clad in armor, eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 lost battles. He was the embodiment of fury, of blood spilled upon the earth. I could feel the heat of conflict rise in the air, a bitter taste of iron and ash. Next came the ghostly figure of Famine, gaunt and hollow, with hollow eyes that devoured hope. He looked at us with an insatiable hunger, and I felt the pangs of emptiness in my own stomach, the ache of longing for something that had been taken from me. Death followed, a shroud of darkness enveloping him, an aura of inevitability that made the air thick and suffocating. He smiled, a grimace that twisted in the corners of his mouth, and I remembered. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, the echoes of their laughter now silenced, and my heart fractured beneath the weight of it. And Conquest, last but not least, strode forth with an arrogance that demanded submission. He held the world in his hands, a puppet master whose strings dripped with the remnants of power. My body felt heavy with fear, a leaden weight that threatened to crush me. "What do we do?" I cried out, my voice cracking like broken glass. But Sarah, she stepped forward, her defiance aflame against the encroaching darkness. "We stand," she shouted, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. "We fight!" And in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, the strength of her spirit piercing through the shadows. We would not cower. We could not. Not when the world was at stake. Gavin surged forward, channeling the doubt that had plagued him into something fierce. Together, he yelled, as if the word itself could summon an army. He reached for my hand, and I felt the warmth of connection, a tether to humanity amidst the chaos. The horsemen paused, their eyes narrowing, as if weighing our determination against the weight of their fate. The silence shattered. A clash erupted, chaotic, desperate. My heart raced, thundering in my ears as we surged forward, an unyielding force against the oncoming storm. In the chaos, I caught glimpses of faces, people I loved, people I had lost, and the memories welled up like a torrent, slamming against the dam of my consciousness. With each stride, I remembered. I remembered every laugh, every tear, every moment that had led us here, and the passion coursed through me like fire igniting a wild frontier. Sarah's voice pierced through the cacophony, a rallying cry that resonated deep within my core. We were more than pawns in a game played by gods and monsters. We were flesh and blood, hope and despair, love and loss. As the horsemen advanced, we held our ground. The air crackled with anticipation, a cosmic dance of fate unfolding before us. The shadows loomed larger, but our light burned brighter, refusing to be snuffed out. Together, we screamed, the very essence of our being infused in that single word. And the world trembled. The horsemen were real, but we were too. And as they surged forward, we charged, hearts pounding, breath ragged, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Time slipped, and the chaos of the moment expanded into eternity, a wild, swirling vortex that pulled us deeper, deeper still into the abyss. We were alive, and in that truth lay our only salvation. As the darkness loomed, we fought, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who had ever whispered our names, for every soul who had ever dared to dream. In that cathedral, under the weight of the stars and the cries of the forsaken, we stood on the precipice of destiny, hearts entwined in a battle that had only just begun. And as the clock ticked on, the echoes of that moment would linger, weaving through the fabric of time, pulling us further into the unknown, where shadows whispered and light flickered, a dance of chaos and hope. The night swallowed the city whole. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, a low growl of a beast waking from a dreamless slumber. The streets, slick with rain, shimmered like a black mirror, reflecting shattered neon lights that flickered in and out like dying stars. I stood at the edge of the chaos, heart pounding, breath hitching, watching as shadows danced between the crumbling buildings, twisting and turning in a macabre ballet of despair. "Did you hear that?" Clara whispered, her eyes wide, shining with the kind of fear that sinks into your bones like poison. She clutched my arm, fingers digging in as if I could anchor her against whatever was coming. I could feel her pulse racing, matching mine in a frantic duet. I wanted to tell her it was just the wind, just the rain. But deep down, I knew. This was something else. Something darker. The sirens wailed in the distance, a banshee song, piercing through the quiet, pulling at the edges of sanity. I turned, my gaze drawn toward the source of the sound, a dark figure emerging from the shadows, tall and imposing, a silhouette against the lights. It moved with a purpose, every step echoing like thunder in the silence. The horseman. I could feel the air shimmer with his presence, a tangible force that sent ice curling around my spine. "Run," I breathed, the word barely escaping my lips before the world erupted into chaos. A scream split the night, raw and visceral, tearing through the air like a blade. My heart raced faster, each beat a drum of impending doom. Clara's grip tightened, but I could feel her fear morphing into something else, something primal. Her eyes flickered with a strange mix of dread and curiosity, a burning need to know, to understand. "We can't just leave," she insisted, voice shaking but resolute. "What if it's the end? What if, Clara?" I shouted, cutting her off, my voice harsh against the backdrop of terror. "We need to go now." The horseman loomed closer, a harbinger of what lay ahead, and in that moment, I could see the shadows swirling around him, ghosts of our pasts, each one whispering secrets, regrets, memories that tasted like ashes in my mouth. I remembered the laughter of friends long gone, the warmth of summer nights that had turned bitter with time, the faces of those I loved etched in my mind like scars. "Do you remember?" I said, almost to myself. "Do you remember when we thought we were invincible?" "I remember," Clara replied, her voice softening, a flicker of light in the darkness. "I remember thinking we could outrun everything." But the dread was a weight on her voice, a reminder that innocence was a fragile veil, easily torn. As the horseman stepped fully into the light, the twisted smile carved into his face seemed both familiar and alien, a grotesque reflection of the fears that haunted us. I could see the glint of a blade at his side, an object of both beauty and horror. It gleamed as if it had tasted blood, thirsting for more. It was a reminder that every choice had a cost, every action a consequence that could spiral out of control. The ground shook, and I stumbled as the air crackled with energy, a storm brewing inside me. I was caught in the eye of a cyclone, helpless and terrified. Clara's hand slipped from mine, and I turned just in time to see her step forward, drawn to the horseman like a moth to flame, a desperate need to confront the darkness that had crept into our lives. "Clara, no!" I shouted, reaching out, but the world slowed, the space between us stretching like a chasm. She turned, eyes ablaze, both defiant and terrified, a warrior standing against the overwhelming tide. "I have to know," she said, the weight of her words pressing down like the weight of the world. I felt a sudden pang of loss, the realization that what she sought was not just knowledge but closure. Each question she asked was a knife twisting deeper into my heart, each breath she took a reminder of how fragile our existence truly was. The horseman's laughter echoed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the very air we breathed. "You think you can escape your fate," he taunted, his voice a seductive whisper that curled around us like smoke. In that moment, a flash of memory ignited, an afternoon spent beneath the cherry blossoms, petals falling like snow, laughter ringing out as we danced among the blooms, believing we were untouchable. But the petals had wilted, and the laughter had faded into echoes of what could have been. "Clara, please," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can change this. We can defy them." But she stood resolute, a silhouette against the dark, her spirit unyielding. "No, we can't keep running. We can't keep pretending everything is fine." The weight of her words crashed over me, heavy and suffocating, and all I could do was watch as she took a step closer to the horseman, who grinned wider, a predator savoring the thrill of the chase. The sky above roared in response, a reminder that the cosmos was watching. The stars flickered, as if holding their breath in anticipation. I felt time stretch and warp, the seconds becoming an eternity, each heartbeat a drumroll to the inevitable. "Clara!" I cried out, but it was lost in the maelstrom of sound that engulfed us, thunder cracking in the distance, the city shaking under the weight of its own fears. The shadows around the horseman danced more wildly now, as if alive, beckoning her to join them in their endless waltz. With every breath, I felt a gnawing despair, a churning pit in my stomach. The horseman was not just a figure, he was a concept, a representation of all our failures, our unaddressed fears, the apocalypse lurking in our hearts, waiting to consume us. Time felt like a noose tightening around my throat, and I knew, deep down, this was not just Clara's battle. It was ours, a fight against the inevitability of our own making. "Stand with me," I called, voice cracking under the strain, a desperate plea against the storm of chaos. "Don't let him take you." But as the horseman extended a skeletal hand toward Clara, she hesitated, caught in the swirling vortex of possibility and fate, and I felt the world shifting beneath me, history repeating, futures colliding in a cacophony of despair. The storm raged on, a symphony of chaos, and I knew we were teetering on the edge of something monumental, a confrontation that would either shatter us or set us free. The clock ticked down, echoing like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away. No answers, just questions, and the weight of our choices hanging in the air like a suffocating fog. As the horseman's laughter echoed through the night, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The cosmos had shifted, and whatever came next would not just define us, it would consume us. And in that moment, standing on the precipice of the end, I realized that the true apocalypse was not in the world around us but in the quiet corners of our souls, waiting to be confronted, waiting to be known. The clock struck midnight, an echoing chime that split the air, reverberating like a gunshot into the silence of a restless urban sprawl. I stood there, heart pounding, chest constricted in a vice-like grip as the shadows shifted around me. The city glimmered with a false sense of security, its lights twinkling like distant stars, oblivious to the chaos brewing beneath. It was a night when the line between reality and nightmare blurred, and I could feel it, a creeping dread that slithered up my spine, whispering that something was coming, something sinister. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the chill biting at my skin, but the cold was nothing compared to the weight of fear clawing at my gut. My breath came out in shallow puffs, ghostly clouds drifting into the frigid air. Marla, my sister, was out there somewhere, her laughter now a haunting memory echoing in my mind. I remember the last time I saw her, the way her eyes sparkled under the neon lights, full of dreams and untamed spirit. Now, that spirit felt lost, tangled in a world that had forgotten how to care. "Marla!" I shouted, my voice barely carrying through the thick fog of the night. No answer. Just the relentless pulse of the city, an ominous heartbeat drowning in its own noise. Panic clawed at me as I remember the news, the whispers of the horsemen rising, each one representing catastrophe, greed, and despair. They rode not on horseback, but in the very fabric of our society, haunting every corner, suffocating hope. I turned a corner, legs trembling. What did I expect to find? I didn't know, but desperation blurred my vision, fueling my reckless search. As I walked deeper into the heart of the city, the streets grew darker, shadows elongating, twisting like the thoughts in my head. The horsemen were here, I could feel them, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. They weren't like the ones from the old tales, no, these were creatures of our own making, war, famine, pestilence, and death, each one a reflection of our failures, our fears made manifest. Then I saw him, Eli. My heart lurched. Eli, with his scruffy beard and eyes like storm clouds, stood at the mouth of an alley, shoulders hunched, his breath visible in the freezing air. He looked like a ghost, lost between worlds, caught in the fray of existence. He had always been the one with the wild ideas, the dreams that soared higher than the skyscrapers surrounding us. But now, those dreams lay in tatters, crushed under the weight of a brutal reality. Eli! I called out, the name bursting from my lips like a lifeline. He turned, and for a moment, there was a flicker of recognition, of warmth, before the shadows swallowed it whole. "They're coming," he said, his voice low, trembling like the leaves in the biting wind. "I can feel them." "Who?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. "The horseman." His words hung in the air, an electric charge that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. They're not just stories anymore. They're out there, hungry, waiting. A silence fell between us, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the distant sound of sirens, an incessant wail that felt like a warning. I remember the way Eli used to laugh, how he'd say that laughter was the best armor against despair. But now, the laughter was gone, replaced by a palpable fear that clung to us both like a second skin. I stepped closer, my heart racing. "What do we do?" "We can't let them win." He looked at me, a mix of despair and determination flickering in his eyes. "But what if we can't fight them? What if they've already won?" His words struck me like a slap. I thought of Marla, of the way she'd fought for every breath, every dream, every chance to make a better world. "We fight for her," I whispered, feeling the weight of our shared history, the love that bound us together. "We have to." But deep inside, a gnawing doubt lingered, was it enough? The horsemen were relentless, feeding on our fears, our insecurities, our very existence. I looked around, the city becoming an echo of our despair, the lights dimming, the shadows creeping closer. "We'll find her," I vowed, fueled by a flicker of hope mixed with helplessness. "We'll find a way." Eli nodded, but his eyes betrayed him. They were stormy, swirling with the tempest of emotions, fear, loss, anger. "I remember when we thought we could change the world," he said, voice breaking. "Now it feels like we're just surviving." Survival was a thin thread, yet it wove through my heart, binding me to the fight, to the struggle, to Marla's face swimming in my thoughts like a beacon. I could not let the darkness swallow us whole. I wouldn't let it. A loud crash sounded from the alley, and we both jumped, heartbeats racing like wild horses. The horsemen were here, cloaked in shadows, lurking just beyond the edge of our reality. I could feel them, the weight of despair, the gnawing hunger of famine, the hollow laughter of pestilence, the wrath of war. As the shadows began to close in, I felt it, an electric charge, a moment suspended in time, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in my ears. Fear and determination clashed in my chest, a violent storm brewing. "Whatever happens, remember," Eli said, his voice steady now, fierce as the flames of rebellion. "We're not alone." And in that moment, amidst the chaos and the shadows, I realized that even in a world haunted by horsemen, fueled by global despair, our small flickers of hope were enough, if we dared to fight, to love, to believe. The darkness wouldn't end us, it would only awaken us. The battle had begun, and we were ready to face whatever horrors awaited. The room was suffocating, filled with the dense weight of unspoken words, accusations clinging to the air like smoke. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering from the dying light of a single overhead bulb, casting grotesque shapes that seemed to laugh at the chaos unfolding beneath them. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the faces around me hardened into masks of fury and despair. I remember the moment vividly, a gavel banging down, interrupting the silence, the sound echoing like a gunshot, reverberating through my bones. Across the table, Sarah's eyes blazed with an intensity that could light a city. She was a warrior, unyielding, yet I could see a crack in her armor, a flicker of vulnerability buried under layers of defiance. "You can't just dismiss this," she shouted, her voice trembling yet sharp as glass. "This is about truth. About justice." Her passion electrified the air, but it was laced with something deeper, something raw and aching. I could feel her heart beating, fast, frantic, each pulse a reminder of the stakes. She was fighting not just for the cause, but for herself, for the ghosts of her past that haunted her every step. I, too, felt the weight of shadows, my own failures, regrets, clawing at the edges of my mind. And then there was Marcus, slouched in his chair, arms crossed tightly over his chest like a fortress. He was the embodiment of conflict, his brows knitted, lips pursed. I could see the storm brewing behind those dark eyes, betrayal, confusion, anger, swirling together in a maelstrom of emotions. "You think you're so noble," he spat, venom coating each word. "You don't know what you're asking for. You don't know the price of your so-called justice." I remember the way he used to laugh, the sound rich like honey, before everything fell apart. Now, it was as if a chasm had opened between us, a gulf filled with misunderstandings and betrayals. The laughter had been replaced by bitterness, the warmth by an icy chill. He was a friend turned adversary, a reflection of my own failures, and the thought twisted like a knife inside me. The room erupted into chaos, voices clashing like swords in battle, drowning out the flickering shadows. I felt the tension sizzling, a palpable force that could ignite at any moment. Fragments of conversation swirled around me, phrases that cut deeper than intended: traitor, liar, betrayal. I could taste the fear, the desperation, and the profound sense of loss that permeated the air. We were not just debating ideas, we were battling our very selves, our beliefs, our identities. In that moment, I felt the overwhelming urge to scream, to drown out the chaos with my own voice. Instead, I stood frozen, a ghost in my own skin, watching the world unravel before me. I wanted to reach out to Sarah, to tell her that the fire in her eyes was beautiful, yet so dangerously close to consuming her. And Marcus? I wanted to shake him awake, to tell him I wasn't his enemy, that we had once shared dreams under the same stars. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds, a relentless reminder of time slipping through our fingers like sand. Each tick echoed in my mind, a countdown to a confrontation I both craved and feared. The weight of the moment pressed in, squeezing my heart until it felt like it might burst. Enough! I finally found my voice, a raw, ragged sound that sliced through the din. All eyes turned toward me, the room falling into a tense hush. This isn't about us, it's about what we stand for, about the world outside these walls. But the truth stung. I was as lost as they were, flailing in the dark, searching for a flicker of understanding in a storm of chaos. I remembered nights spent alone, staring at the stars, longing for answers, for clarity, for a way to reconcile the dissonance in my soul. But the cosmos offered no guidance, only an infinite expanse of questions. The shadows deepened, creeping closer, and I felt the encroaching darkness, a ghostly reminder of everything unresolved. The debate was a mirror, reflecting our fears, our failures. We were trapped in a cycle, arguing not just about ideas, but about our very existence. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated, a living, breathing thing that threatened to consume us whole. I could sense it, a storm brewing, swirling around us, waiting for a spark to ignite. The air crackled, thick with anticipation, and I found myself caught between two forces, love and hate, hope and despair. Do you even care about the people we claim to fight for? Sarah's voice cut through the silence, raw and fierce. Or is this just a game to you? Her words struck like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of my mind. I could see all the faces of those who had suffered, the stories buried under layers of bureaucracy and apathy. My chest tightened with the weight of their pain, their voices lost in the cacophony of our conflict. Marcus shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. You think it's that simple? You think justice comes easy? It never does. And in that moment, I understood. We were all clinging to our truths, desperately trying to make them fit into a reality that refused to conform. We were drowning in our interpretations, each of us wearing our biases like armor, unwilling to bend, to listen, to feel. Tension swelled, a taut string ready to snap, and I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable explosion. We were on the brink of something monumental, a confrontation that could shatter or heal us. As I looked around at the faces, the ghosts of our histories intertwined, I knew we were standing at a precipice. There was no resolution, no solace to be found in silence. Only the pounding of our hearts, echoing in the void, a reminder that we were alive, and that was both terrifying and beautiful. The shadows deepened, and I felt them creeping closer, whispering truths we were too afraid to confront. Would we rise together, or would we be consumed by the very darkness we sought to fight? As the clock ticked inexorably forward, I drew a breath, preparing for the chaos to come, knowing that this was only the beginning. The moment hung heavy in the air, pregnant with possibility, a heartbeat away from catastrophe. Each of us stood poised, ready to confront not just each other, but ourselves. And as the echoes faded, the real debate began. The church bells tolled in the distance, their echoes reverberating through the empty streets like a heartbeat fading away, each clang a reminder of time slipping through fingers, cold, relentless, and unforgiving. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the air thick with dust and something more sinister, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist around me, whispering secrets of the past, of choices made and lives shattered, as if the Four Horsemen had ridden through this very place, leaving only echoes of their passage. I remembered the night vividly, the sky a canvas of swirling grey and black, lit only by slivers of silver moonlight. It felt like the end of the world, like the weight of all our sins pressed down, suffocating us. I could still hear the screams, raw and punctuated by desperation, piercing the silence like knives. I could still see her face, Elena, her eyes wide with terror, pleading for salvation in that moment, and I could do nothing but stand frozen. Elena was a fighter, her spirit unbreakable, until that night. We had laughed together under the old oak tree, dreams spilling from our lips like autumn leaves, vibrant and full of life. I remembered how she had dared me to chase the wind, to outrun my own shadows, my own fears. But when the horsemen came, they brought despair, and I felt the grip of helplessness claw at my heart. "Help me," she whispered, her voice trembling, breaking through the cacophony of chaos. But could I? Could I save her from the inevitable? I had my own demons to face. Deck stood beside me, his brow furrowed, eyes sharp as daggers, reflecting the chaos spilling around us. He was my brother, my anchor, but even his strength faltered under the weight of what was unfolding. The agony of indecision gnawed at him, and I knew he felt it too. the unbearable pull of loyalty and love battling against the lurking shadows that threatened to consume us all. "I can't lose you," I said, my voice wavering. But the horsemen were not merciful. They swept through the town like a plague of locusts, leaving only destruction in their wake. Pestilence, war, famine, death, they each wore their own masks of torment, grinning down at us from their celestial heights. Their arrival felt like a reckoning, a moment when the world tilted off its axis, and I could feel the earth tremble beneath my feet. I caught a glimpse of Elena once more, and the sheer terror in her eyes snapped something within me. The clock was ticking, each second pulling us deeper into despair, but how could I save her? How could I save myself? The walls of my mind crumpled like ancient parchment, and I felt the universe close in, wrapping its cold fingers around my throat. "Deg," I gasped, "we have to," but before the words could escape my lips, I was swallowed by the presence of war. His voice was a rumble, a thunderous echo that seemed to ripple through the ground. "What will you sacrifice?" he challenged, and the world dimmed. In that moment, I understood the weight of his question. Would I trade one life for another? Would I turn my back on my own brother to save the girl I loved? My heart wrenched, the echoes of our past flooding back, those moments of laughter, shared secrets, the innocence we once had. "I remember," I whispered, and the words hung heavy in the air. "I remember her laughter," I continued, the memories crashing over me like waves. "I remember the way we dreamed, the way we believed we could shape our fate." But the horsemen laughed, a cacophony of despair that resonated through my bones. They thrived on our weakness, on the very essence of our humanity. I felt their cold gaze penetrate my soul, and I realized the truth. They were not just harbingers of doom, they were reflections of our deepest fears. Each strike of their hooves echoed with the weight of our choices, the burdens we carried, the lives we affected. "Elena!" I cried out, desperation clawing at my throat. The shadows shifted, and for a brief heartbeat, time stood still. I saw her, caught between worlds, her spirit wavered, flickered like a candle in the wind. Deg's grip tightened on my shoulder, his own fear becoming palpable, a living, breathing thing that choked us both. "What are we going to do?" he asked, voice trembling. The question hung between us, an abyss waiting to swallow us whole. "I don't know," I admitted, the truth cutting like glass, sharp and unyielding. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with unsaid words and broken promises. The shadows engulfed us, but I felt the flicker of hope igniting within me. "Elena is worth fighting for," I said, each word a prayer against the darkness. "I will not let them take her. Not like this." I could hear the heartbeat of the world, a rhythmic pulse that thrummed beneath my skin, urging me forward. I felt Deg's resolve shift, and for a moment, we stood united against the chaos. "We will face them together," he declared, the fire in his eyes igniting a spark within me. And suddenly, it was as if the very universe conspired to push back against the darkness. The four horsemen loomed, but now we stood firm, shoulders squared, hearts racing. We were flawed, scarred, but together we could fight. In that moment, I remembered who we were, who we could be. I remembered the laughter, the love, the light that flickered, refusing to be extinguished. The shadows may be deep, but so was our resolve. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of rain and blood, and stepped into the fray, the echoes of our past intertwining with the promise of what was to come. The horsemen were waiting, relentless, but we were ready to face them, or perhaps, to embrace the unknown. Time stretched and twisted as we charged forward, hearts pounding in harmony with the universe. Choices would need to be made, sacrifices would be required, but deep down, I felt it, the legacy of the horsemen would not end here. It would ripple through time, shaping our lives forever, haunting us, guiding us. And so, we raced into the storm together, warriors against the shadows. The battle was far from over, but the fire within us was fierce and unyielding.